Everything stated in this video is my opinion and my opinion only. And just like everything else in these cases we discuss here on this channel, everything is alleged. Hey, you guys. Long time no see. How's everybody doing? I got these interviews today, finally. It ended up working out pretty perfectly time-wise, I guess. I actually emailed the FOIA office about these when they came out that night over on Plunder's channel. And she said that she didn't have a request for me. As yeah, you do. So I forwarded over the email where I had requested the 11/13 interviews because they had only released that little 5-minute segment. But by the time they got to my request, the other portion, the first portion, had already came out public. And they were like, oh, but these other two, the ones that Plunder and The Docket paid for to have redacted, those ones are going to be coming out soon. So if you want to be put on the list for those, go ahead. For some reason, I guess because the way that the request went, it didn't get logged correctly. So I forwarded her the email and she was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't see this. So we got them as of today. We got both of them. Like I said, I got these today. All I did was the same thing that I always do. I put it on my thingy, maximize volume from 100 to 200. I put a little, like, it looks like a thumbnail, but just like a little thingy over it, but there's nothing else. I didn't do no Chapin. All the ums and the ums and all the things are all in there. So we're going to get started with this now. Let me go ahead and pull this one up. Eek, hold on. Okay. Oh my gosh, stop it. Stop it. That's enough. You'll be okay. I promise. I know. I know. I understand. Yeah, see, this is all I did to this. I just put this on it just to give it a little bit of something to look at, I guess. But these are audio only. There's no videos of these whatsoever, which I don't know why the hell they would choose to do that. I don't know why they would choose to do that, but you know what? That's what they chose to do. Y'all ready? Let's listen. Of course, now it's going to act crazy. Hold on.
This will be an interview on the 17th of November, 2022 at 12:05 p.m. at her residence. And give me your address again.
Yeah.
There's a lot of redactions.
I think
so too.
She doesn't know
have a
his
cell
zip code?
phone number?
yes, it's
So I didn't ask Sergeant Blaker, do you have her cell phone? You probably have her cell phone? Okay.
See, that's one thing
So
I
that's the
didn't.
number attached to your cell phone.
Okay, see, this is the
So,
part I need to.
you know
I
why
want to
we're-
listen to this part again because she's always talking about like grabbing her cell phone, and I'm not. I don't remember if this is in person or not. I think this is like through Zoom, but so I just question like why does she have her phone already? Because it's only been a few days, and she's constantly going back into her phone to look at stuff, and you would have just thought, you know, that they would have kept it longer, I
The
guess.
zip code?
I think
so too. And then do you have a cell phone number?
yes, it's
So I didn't ask Sergeant Blaker, do you have her cell phone? You probably have her cell phone?
yeah.
Okay. So that's the number attached to your cell
Yeah.
phone.
Okay, so Blaker just said yes, they have her
So
phone.
you know why we're here. We're here to talk
Yeah.
about what happened over
That's
the weekend.
confusing.
Yeah.
So can I ask, what year are you in school up there?
I'm a sophomore.
And what's your major?
Why don't they let us hear her major? I don't understand that.
And you've been there both years?
Yeah.
And how long have you been living in that house?
Just since the beginning of August.
So how did you end up in the house with the girls?
My best friend in sorority you have bigs and littles. Maddie Mogen is, and she reached out to some of us to live with her, and I knew her pretty well, and that's how I got to live there.
Where did you live your freshman year?
House.
So you've always been in a sorority?
Yeah.
Okay. Is your friend?
Yeah, she
I
was
just don't understand why they redact
as well. We moved in together into that
these sorority
house.
names. They're full of adults.
And how did the other girls come to live with you?
Xana is a year older than me, and she also knew Maddie, and Maddie reached out to her. Kaylee Goncalves is her lifelong best friend. They're like sisters. Maddie also reached out to her to live with her because they always needed to fill up rooms.
And did you know them before this semester?
Yes.
Through the sorority?
I knew Maddie and Xana through the sorority beforehand, and I'd gone over to the house with Maddie and her roommates, and she had Kaylee over a lot, and I saw her. I met her a few times.
And was Kaylee part of the sorority in your freshman year?
She is a senior, but she was in.
So Kaylee just through connections with Maddie came to live with you.
Yeah.
Otherwise you didn't know her before the introduction through Maddie and Xana.
Yeah.
Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah.
So how well did you know the three other girls besides before you moved in?
Pretty well. Me and Maddie and Xana hung out a lot. My was best friends with Xana, so I was at their house a lot, and I knew Xana pretty well.
What's last name? How do you spell that? And she doesn't live in the house at all?
No, she lives across the street at the White's apartments with my friend as well, who is I think she's actually a year older, I believe.
You moved in August, and then, because I haven't been in the house, where was your bedroom?
So obviously, when you walk in, you have the door. Right in front of you is the downstairs bathroom. When you go to the bathroom and take a left, that is the room. Again, looking at the bathroom, take a right, that is just an open spare room. When you first walk in the door and take a left, there's stairs. Those stairs go right into the living room. When you're in the living room, you can go right, which when you go right to the hallway, there's like this hallway right here. There's a bathroom here and Xana's room right here. If you don't go in that hallway, you just go straight. You can see the stairs that go up to the third floor. Right next to the stairs on the left is my room. To the right of the stairs is the kitchen and the sliding door. When you walk up the stairs to go to the third floor, right immediately to your left is Katie's room. You can look kind of diagonally to your right, and there's the bathroom, and then fully to the right is Maddie's room.
So it's a tri-level?
Yeah.
And you're on the same floor as Maddie and Kylie?
I'm on the same floor as Xana.
As Xana?
Yeah.
So maybe I missed that. I'm sorry. So where is Kaylee and Maddie's room?
They're third floor.
Okay. And you're second?
Yes.
Okay. And who's in?
I'm glad she corrected her. Finally. I mean, it's not hard to read. We're 4 days into the case. I don't know why this person is getting one of the victims' names wrong. That's wild.
In the basement?
Just.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
We're going to have to walk you through some tough questions. Are you going to be okay with that?
Yeah.
So tell us about Saturday. Let's talk about the 12th.
Okay.
The day of the game. What time did you get up on the 12th?
I don't even know. We had formal and we had a little party on Friday, so obviously a lot of us were pretty drunk that night. Now,
I will say this is where like stuff is confusing still, and obviously we're going to hear it from Dylan how she is going to tell us about the So Say formal that she invited Kaylee back for, and how she, the whole situation. Where the confusion comes from is that James Patterson interviewed Emily and not Jenna, Josie, that were supposed to be there. And what they are basically saying in their interviews is that the formal for the sorority was a no-go because Bethany and Dylan were no longer a part of it. They had dropped out and they wouldn't have been warmly welcomed. So they did like a party at their house instead. Dylan is going to tell this as if they actually did leave, go to a formal at a location, and then left and went home. And that's not the way that the interview is put out there. The discrepancies for that, I don't really quite understand. It should be pretty clear cut, and it's just not, and that's just stupid.
I don't remember exactly when I woke up. We started drinking champagne right off the bat.
Tell me what formal is.
Why redact that?
So like a ball.
Kind of like that. Me and my friend ended up not going to formal. We went to house and then just came back home and like kept drinking and partying.
Do that one more time.
What time did you get up on the 12th?
I don't even know. We had formal and we had a little party on Friday, so obviously a lot of us were pretty drunk that night. I don't remember exactly when I woke up. We started drinking champagne right off the bat.
Tell me what formal is. So like a ball?
Kind of like that. Me and my friend ended up not going to formal. We went to the house and then just came back home and like kept drinking and partying at my house. And then it was like more of a smaller party. It was people that we were closer to, just mostly not like everyone else.
They came to your house?
Yeah.
Who was in your house that night? On the night of on the Friday night. You're saying the Friday night.
So obviously all the roommates, Ethan and my friend and her, I guess her boyfriend wasn't there, and her boyfriend.
I hate these redactions, bro.
They brought, and
these are grown-ups.
I believe, I guess she brought her friend. It was like all of our friends and their dates.
You knew everyone that was there?
Yes. They're all of them were except for the dates. There was a few freshmen there.
It makes it so hard to listen to.
And they had their dates. I don't remember who they were. They were of some sort.
Meaning?
A fraternity.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Yeah. Not from cultural.
No.
Okay, just got to clarify,
yeah.
Right?
I'm trying to think of who else. Oh, we had our friend.
So many redactions for what?
I don't think she brought a date, so and then
I noticed.
And then I believe that was all.
Is your first name?
Yeah. Well, I guess you could say.
And
yeah.
How long did the party go from the 11th to the 12th?
We started, I believe, around 4:30. Some of us. So when you have a formal, you have a sober hour. All the that were wanting to go, we got a ride from a sober person at 7:20. We had to be at the house before 7:30. We were at Pi for, I would say, maybe 30-40 minutes, and then Kaylee was my date with me, so she came with me. Mm-hmm. We decided we wanted to go home. So Maddie Mogen, she got me and Kaylee an Uber. We came home.
See, meaning they actually did go. According to her story, they actually did go. Her and Kaylee did go. I swear, if all of Patterson's books don't get just thrown off the shelves, like, what the shit, bro? I need more people. I need more people from this, like, time frame to come out and clarify this. Like, I don't want to have to reach out to people on social media. Plus, I probably won't even get responses back. But when it comes to this versus what we've been told versus everything that we've been told in between everything, like, I want to reach out to Patterson. I want to reach out to the chick that helped him write it. I want to reach out to Emily, even though she probably hates me. I want to reach out to Josie and be like, can somebody clarify? Or like anybody else in these things that were supposed to be there, can somebody clarify? Because we were told that it just didn't happen. Everything happened at the house because the girls weren't going to be welcome there. So which is it? It's annoying. I mean, she was there, so I don't know. I don't know who's true or not. I don't feel like the formal itself needs to be lied about, but it's the hugest question because of Kaylee's hesitance to go back to begin with. So this having so many back and forths is a problem, even though it doesn't sound like it should be a problem. The very first thing that we heard out of Christy Goncalves' mouth was that Kaylee was hesitant to go back. And that was even after Dylan had asked her to be her +1. That it wasn't until after the vehicle situation and her wanting to go show it off to Maddie or show her best friend her vehicle. Like, that's the story that we were getting from the family. We need more. There's no reason for this to be back and forth. This is stupid.
And then
who the Uber was?
No, I don't remember. And her date, and then her date got a ride from another girl.
You doing all the things. What is
exactly?
Girl,
I would say that was around.
you better go lay down with your baby.
7:30. Around 8 to 8, 10, 20-ish on Friday.
10:20ish.
I want to clarify on something so you know. If there's alcohol going on, use, any type of drug use, that's not why we're here.
Yeah, I know. That's what Robin told me.
Yeah, but that's not our focus.
Yeah.
We need to
Robin,
figure out who
is that
did
her
this to
lawyer's name? Is that what she just said? Robin told me? That must be her lawyer's first name.
And
I think I saw that on a document before.
And then her date got a ride from another Uber home, I believe, or Sobro. I can't remember exactly. I would say that was around 7:30.
Oh, early.
Around 8 to 10:20ish on Friday.
I want to clarify on something so you know.
So between 7:30 and 8:30.
If there's alcohol going on, use, any type of drug use, that's not why we're here.
Yeah, I know. That's what Robin told me.
Yeah, but that's not our focus. Yeah. We need to figure out who did this to your roommates and forever changed your life.
Yeah, I know. And
forever changed your life. It's like the cop is putting more emphasis on this than you can hear in Dylan's voice. And I know that some people have already mentioned it, but it's true. It's only been a few days, and she's just very nonchalantly. This entire tone. This is the tone the entire time. Girl, you fell for the second time just now. You better calm your booty. For real. She keeps this tone the whole time, regardless if she's talking about her major or seeing whatever she claims to have seen in that house. It doesn't change. And you'd think that you would hear something different, but there's just no emotion behind any of it.
Oh, very drunk.
So you get the ride home from the Uber around 8:30?
I would say so, maybe a little bit earlier than that. I think it was like right around 8:30 because that was when everyone was leaving to go to the formal.
Have you ever used this Uber driver before?
I don't remember. I think, it was then, yeah, I believe, yes.
So around 8:30 to go to the formal. Okay.
As an Uber driver we know pretty well. We have his number. Super nice guy. I don't know for sure if the Uber that we got that night was the same guy, but we just usually would trust Ubers.
So that night it wasn't?
I don't fully remember.
Okay.
Did she just say so that night it wasn't Eric? Because by now they would have known his name because he started talking to them on the 14th.
Intoxicated, I don't fully remember that.
No, you're okay. Can I ask, because I do, and I have to ask how much consumption, so we can understand her statements from the perspective of consumption. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely. I explained all that to her, and she's ready to go.
Okay, so Friday night maybe isn't as important as Saturday night, but what happens Saturday? What time does the party end on Saturday?
On Friday, you mean?
Friday to Saturday morning. I'm going to think it ended Saturday morning. Probably didn't end at midnight, right?
I don't even really remember exactly. I'm trying to rethink of what happened, but I can't even think about Friday night really.
Well, this is why we're asking.
Do you care if I look at my phone to see? Because I have probably videos.
See why it's a little confusing? Didn't Blaker just say he had her phone? Now she's saying, can I look at my phone? So did she give them her phone and she just buy a new one and log into all of her stuff? Because that's possible. You literally just scan a QR code or log in on your main account for your Android account or your iPhone account, and it will automatically load all of your stuff, including photos and videos that you had on your phone that aren't even on social media. It'll load everything over. So maybe that's what she did, because he just said in the very beginning he had her phone. Yeah, and see, that's why I wanted to see, clarify if this was over Zoom, because I could have sworn it said it was over Zoom, but I'm looking for the report to clarify that, because it wouldn't work for Blaker to have it and then her be able to look at it if they weren't in person. I'm trying to find it. I'm going to look.
Somewhat.
Why we're asking too is maybe there's someone you met or some path you crossed Friday into Saturday that resulted in what happened on Sunday. That's why we're walking you back.
Yeah, okay. So I believe we got home and we went over to the Whites. Xana and Maddie were there. I think it was White's apartment. We were there for a little bit. I decided to leave. I think it was in her room. I can't fully remember. It was just me, Maddie, and Xana at the White's apartment, and I just didn't feel like being there, so I walked home. And were at my house. They were playing music, and it was just us four for the rest of the night. And I believe from what my picture I saw, I went home around 12. I went to bed around 12:10 because I'm in my bed at 12:15 in that picture.
Who was in the house on Friday to Saturday again?
Sorry. His and me.
And how do you spell?
Oh, yeah. I believe.
Thank you.
And then I remember Maddie coming home at some point. I don't fully remember when. I don't remember where Kaylee was. She was either in her room or the club. I don't remember talking to her much after we got home.
But you were in bed by 12:30?
Yes, at latest 12:30. I think so.
Do you remember on Saturday when you may have awakened?
I'm not looking at my phone again, sorry. I don't know exactly when we woke up, but I know we got up at around, I have a picture of me and Xana and Maddie and Kaylee were going to get coffee and going to the store to go get more alcohol. And that's at 12:15 from my photo on my phone.
On Saturday, 12:15. Okay.
I don't remember exactly when I woke up.
Is that on Saturday?
Saturday afternoon, I guess you could say.
Is the picture at your house?
No, it's in the car. I have a video of Xana in the car. That's at 11:44, I guess. So it gets us earlier than that.
Okay.
And that's
Before
in the
noon.
car. She had just gotten Starbucks, and then we were on the store to get more alcohol. I believe after that is when we started. We had a few bottles of champagne left from Parents' Weekend, so we were trying to drink that. Kaylee was. She had some good friends at the White's apartment who were having like a little. It was like a danger, I guess. They had like 100 beers in this little mini inflatable pool thing, but obviously it wasn't filled with water. And a lot of people showed up there, and it was good. Like we took pictures. That's that picture that's going around. We were all really happy. Like it was a great day. Like nothing weird at all, nothing bad at all.
What were the plans for Saturday night?
There was a lodge party, that's where we went to later that night. That was the main plan. Was like, okay, it's a party tonight.
And I don't understand why they kept that from us. The party she's talking about is the Sigma Chi party. The lodge party, the Sigma Chi party that wasn't supposed to happen because there was something called Envision Idaho happening that is supposed to be something that lures parents and freshmen and sophomore into wanting to look into the University of Idaho. It's very much geared towards that age range when it comes to people they're trying to have come in. And so they try to ixnay the alcohol as much as possible. And that is also something that we learned really, really recently here. And I just don't understand why they didn't tell us that Maddie was also at that party, that Dylan was also at that party. The only person we ever heard about that party besides Xana and Ethan was Bethany. And they made it sound as if it was just like a fleeting little thing and she barely saw Xana and Ethan there whatsoever. Why hide that literally everyone except for Kaylee went to that party? Why? That's so ignorant, especially when we still have no concrete timeline for Xana and Ethan. I'll never understand why they hid that.
Like those are known as the most fun parties, which is like you want to go to all of those pretty much.
And all of you were going? All the roommates were going?
Kaylee wasn't thinking so. Usually when you're a senior, you tend to go to the clubs more than the fraternity parties. That's just like the nature of it. Maddie she did go with us for a little bit, but ended up going home to go with Kaylee to the club.
Yeah.
What time do you think Maddie left you to go from your function to the club with Kaylee?
So I have a assignment that I turned in right before I left to go to somewhere. So pretty much Saturday night we got home from the White's apartment. I'm gonna guess around 5:30 again. I don't fully remember. Again, we were drinking that day too. Like I had just had champagne. Like I had 3 or.
Okay, so she asked her what time she thought that Maddie was coming back to go out with Kaylee. It was not 5:30. It was like 10. Because they left, I can't remember exactly the freaking timestamp that they left, but it was around 10:30-ish. Let's round it to that for the sake of memory. What they've told us already in the reports is that Maddie was coming back with like a box of White Claw. And it was around 10 o'clock to meet up with Kaylee, who was at the house with the girl that ended up leaving with them. The third girl. So no, 5:30. And I highly doubt that she went to the Sigma Chi party at 5:30. That seems really freaking early. But she's being asked what time Maddie got back in order to leave with Kaylee. And I guess what we're really not knowing at this point is if Dylan was still at the party when Maddie left, or if Dylan was already home by the time Maddie got back to leave with Kaylee. That's what we need to know. I don't think they've said that yet.
Probably around 3 drinks, seltzers. We made food. I know me and Kaylee made pasta, and Xana made the sandwich. Xana, me, all of us were roommates. So Xana, me, Kaylee, Maddie were all together. Kaylee decided to go take a nap, and then me, Xana, Maddie were on the couch watching a show. I don't know if we were fully watching a show, but we were eating, talking, and we all decided we were going to take a nap. I took a nap on the living room couch. Maddie went to her room, Xana went to her room, and went to her room. I don't remember when Ethan came around. I can't fully remember. Might have been once after we all woke up. We all set a timer at 8 p.m. to wake up together. They all were getting ready to go out. I'm pretty sure Ethan came over when we all woke up. I had to finish some psych homework.
8 o'clock. Wasn't Ethan only at Hunga Dunga from 8 to 9? Because I remember it was early and it only lasted an hour. And it was like after 9 o'clock that they left, and where we get more discrepancies. But I'm going to stop first and say, wasn't it like 8 to 9 p.m. that Ethan and Hunter were at Hunga Dunga with Maisie and the other girl? Because if they're waking up at 8 o'clock, Ethan would have been at the party. Like, he would have been with Maisie still. Now, something else that they've changed is that in the book that's based off the interviews, that's all like together with the stupid Amazon series where all this bullshit came out, they said that Ethan met Xana at that party. That's how they've basically put it the whole time, that Ethan and Hunter got to Sigma Chi and Xana was already there. That's how it's always been. The interview with Bethany, and she's got a second one we still have to listen to, but the interview with Bethany was that Ethan went to the house and walked the girls to the party. Bethany, Xana, and I'm going to assume Maddie, and maybe even Dylan. But we have to get more views from that, of the different people that were in that situation, to know exactly. Because it would explain maybe why the Jeep and the truck are parked the way that they're parked if the boys went straight there and then just walked everyone across, like both Ethan and Hunter walked everyone across to the party. But again, why is there a discrepancy between Ethan and Hunter met her at Sigma Chi and, Ethan and Hunter, or maybe just Ethan, went over to 1122 and walked the girls over? I mean, it matters. That's a big discrepancy.
And I can look at when I turned it in. That's when I know I left. But I'm almost positive. I guess I shouldn't say that. I don't know for sure when they left, because again, I was probably still intoxicated. I would say I think it's around 9:30 to 10ish.
But you set your alarms for 8 p.m.?
Yes, I know that for sure. We all set our alarms for 8 p.m.
What? If y'all didn't go anywhere together?
When I turn this assignment in. Let's see. What's the date?
It would have been the 12.
Yeah, the 12.
So
I turned my assignment in at 10:12.
Okay.
So then they must have gone before around 9:30, before 10, because it took me about 20 minutes to do this assignment.
Were you in the house alone?
No, Kaylee was upstairs in her room. She was getting ready for the club. One of her friends came over.
So then when did Dylan go to the party and then leave? Because there's not a lot of time here now. Like, it's dwindling down to that like time frame where everyone's gone.
I can't remember her name, but I met her a few times. She's super nice. They were upstairs hanging out, and they were all getting ready. I got ready, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go over to. I left. If I turn this in, I got ready, so it means I probably left around 10:30.
What was the class assignment that you were turning in?
It's Psychology 215.
Did you have a deadline at midnight or something?
Yeah, that's when I had. Well, I guess it's supposed to be turned in Friday, so I was trying to turn it in.
To get some
Late.
credit?
Yes, some credit at least.
So you think you left at
10:30 because I had to get ready. This assignment obviously is turned in 10:12. I'm gonna say around 10:30 is when I left.
When you left, who was in the house?
Kaylee, I believe, and I know Kaylee was for sure, and I don't fully remember if her friend was still there.
She was.
What's
Pretty
your friend's
sure.
name again?
She left
I don't
with Maddie
remember
and
her
her.
name. She's super nice. I met her. I mean, she's an 8, so like I'm not like close with her, but I know of her, and she's super nice. I just can't remember her name. So, my house is like a 2-minute walk. Like it's right in front of our house, pretty much. You cross the street up the little green hill.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you would know. As I was walking there, the White's apartment, like the parking lot between the street and the Whites. I was walking down there, I saw Maddie, and she was holding a box of White Claws, I believe. And as she was walking, I was like, oh, like, where are you going? Like, are you not staying? She goes, no, I'm going to go to the club with Kaylee. And I was like, oh, okay, well, have fun.
So as Dylan was going, Maddie was coming back home.
Walking there, the White's apartment.
Friend's name again?
I don't remember her name. She's super nice. I met her. I mean, she's an 8, so like I'm not like close with her, but I know of her, and she's super nice. I just can't remember her name. So, my house is like a 2-minute walk. Like it's right in front of our house, pretty much. You cross the street up the little green hill. I guess you would know. As I was walking there, the White's apartment.
Yeah, I know, but she's going off of memory right now. She's not going off of Boise time on her phone. That was only for that one thing. Everything else that she's doing right now, when she's talking about, oh, I walked over and saw Maddie, or I was in my room and Kaylee was doing something. That's all memory right now.
Like the parking lot between the street and the Whites. I was walking down there, I saw Maddie, and she was holding a box of White Claws, I believe. And as she was walking, I was like, oh, like, where are you going? Like, are you not staying? She goes, no, I'm going to go to the club with Kaylee. And I was like, oh, okay, well, have fun. I don't know when they left. I didn't go home. I just went straight.
So they weren't at the party together, but they were all at the party at some point. Okay.
So real quick, the route you took to the, did you go down to King and cross, or did you take the shortcut?
You know those little stairs that's in between, the tiny little stairs that's next to the Whites?
Yeah.
Those tiny stairs. I walked down that, walked the Whites parking lot, and then up that green hill.
Okay,
To
so
the
when you came out your front, I'm assuming you came out the front door
Yes.
into the parking lot.
Yes.
Crossed Queen.
Yes.
Took that short little path
Yes.
between the Whites and the blue apartments
Yes.
to your left.
Uh-huh.
What point in there is where you ran into Maddie?
Right when that parking lot, like that big blue dumpster, I'm almost positive is where I met her, and I was like, oh, like,
In the
what are you
White's
doing?
parking
She
lot.
doesn't go to the club.
So you were already down then? into
Yeah,
the
I was
White's
down the
parking
parking lot, and then
Okay.
like right where it ends in that blue dumpster is where I
Okay.
saw her.
All right.
Was she headed home with the White Claws first?
Yes, she had the White Claws with her, and she was walking home. And then I believe it was like one of those mini 6-packs, not like the huge ones.
And we're not here. We're not.
Yeah, I
here.
know.
I know. You know that.
Who cares? She's of age.
So I go through there because they close their gates at a certain time, so you have to go through the front door and get these wristbands. I go through the door. I called Xana. And I was like, oh, like what apartment you're at? Because they were at apartments beforehand, and they go apartment 4. So I go down there. Ethan's there.
More redactions for adults.
One of their freshmen is there. There's some girls in there I don't know, but like I've seen before. They're all sorority and fraternity people. I'm with Xana, and Ye is there with us as well. Which is, she has a guy, super nice guy, met him a lot, like great friend. He was with us too. Me and were kind of going in and out of the lodge, which is the main place, and back to the apartment just to see like how it was going, like if it was going or not, which it really wasn't that night. I mean, there wasn't a lot of people, which is kind of weird.
Was there a football game going?
But it's not kind of weird. It literally wasn't even supposed to be happening because of Envision Idaho. There was not even supposed to be parties. That's why they had to get the bracelets. That's what we were told. Like, I know what she just said about they closed their gates or whatever, but they had to be on a list and they had to have like, it wasn't just like a free for all, according to the reports about the Envision Idaho thing that, again, we just learned about with like the MPD drop, I think it was. So for it to have been not very busy, or not very busy, it's not a freaking business, not very like full of people at the party like it normally is not abnormal for what we've heard was supposed to be happening, which also explains why they were doing the like patrolling around for people or whatever because of the Envision Idaho thing. Like, it's literally, if you look up the Envision Idaho stuff, it talks about how they don't want alcohol around. They don't want anything that looks like party stuff around. They want it quiet. They don't want any of the normal activities. They want you to put on a show, basically. Don't be yourself. Don't behave the way that you normally do, but just for this weekend is how that goes.
Going on at the same time, though?
No.
Oh,
I don't believe so.
There was a late game that night.
Maybe there still was. I can't remember.
Davis. So I think it started at 8:30.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
It started
I thought it was at 4.
Oh,
yeah.
It's the Washington State game.
That was already done.
Yeah, so that, I think that should have been done before Sigma Chi, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, they were sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, I just didn't know. So me and Gibby obviously going back and forth, kind of looking around. Eventually they go into the room.
Whatever name she was saying, she was walking like in and out of the apartments and stuff with, it started with a G.
Apartment, which I think is, I can't remember, I think it's apartment.
That would explain. Doesn't she have Gideon was here or some shit on her arm? I guess that's probably it.
I can't really remember. He's a super nice guy. Totally trust him. Like, I've met him a lot.
Nice.
They were hanging out in there. I remember Ethan was really worried about his, because they also had their formal that night, and so as their date.
Now this was about Maisie. I wish we had a little bit more understanding about what this was about. It sounds like it's really private though, so I understand probably like why we haven't gotten the information, but the boys went as Maisie's, like Maisie and one of the other sorority girls is like dates instead of Maisie having like her own date. And the Chapin mom, Stacy, tries to act like it's, I didn't have to worry about them because, they were each other's dates. No, there was like a reason why that happened because Ethan was worried about Maisie for some reason. That's why they had the conversations. That's what a bunch of different people have already said at this point, which is, again, newer information that he was worried about her. That's why he was trying to get her to come out after that 1 hour that they had at the formal, which is also really important as to why she feels like him telling her that he loved her at the end of their text conversation was so strange, according to her own words. I'm not saying something to make it about something. It says it in an interview, her own face, that it was weird that he said that he loved her in those text messages. So you pound that on top of the fact that he was worried about her, that he was trying to get her to come out. The formal only lasted for like an hour. Obviously, there was something going on there. And now we have Dylan also reiterating Ethan was trying to see what was going on. If you know already what's been said, they can redact and beep, 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 all the frick they want to. We know what's being said here. So again, it's obviously something real personal, maybe to do with some guy or something. I don't know. So I'd like to know, but I also understand why we don't know. Because again, it sounds like it's really personal, but it could have something to do with something. It could have something to do with something. Let's just say, and this is just me talking off the top of my head in the heat of the moment, having this conversation right now. What if something happened and it was something with a dude and maybe Ethan and Hunter said something to the guy. Maybe the guy's an asshole and maybe the guy came to get revenge for something. And now here we are. I mean, we don't freaking know because everything's being so quiet. But for you to come out and tell the entire world that you found it really odd and it was weird that your brother told you that he loved you at the end of the conversation that you had with him right before he died the next day, I think a little bit of context would be okay. But we'll probably never get it because it's the Chapins.
He was texting her a lot because she wasn't answering her, and apparently she'd been calling. Crying. Ethan Chapman.
Yes, no, I know who you're talking about, but you're talking about Ethan calling it.
Yeah, Chapin.
She just said she'd been crying.
Apparently she'd been crying, and she wasn't answering her phone. And he was just like texting her a lot, really worried.
That's funny.
I ended up talking to me after everything happened, and she's like, no, like I just fell asleep and I forgot to text, and the last thing he said was like, I love you. That's like way later. But
and she thought it was weird. But see, that tells me right there that Maisie's not going to tell Dylan shit anyway, because she doesn't like Dylan. So for Dylan to go up to Maisie and be like, hey, what's this all about? And her to be like, oh, nothing, I was just asleep. She literally told you to shut the F up in front of the scene 5 seconds after she got there, as her brother's body is still inside. She doesn't like you, girl. She's not going to tell you her business. So her saying that to Dylan does not persuade me. It really doesn't.
So I remember that. And then I remember...
Did he say why she was upset?
No, he didn't know why, and he was really worried about her. He's very protective. Like, he was like an older brother, like a big brother to me too. Like, he was super protective of all of us. And then I believe it was me that went to the lodge. I remember saying like, hey, do you want to go to... Is one of Xana's best friends. We met through Xana. And she was, I guess she was at the house. She has 2 roommates. One of them I know. Was there, and they were just having, I think there's like 5 or 6 people total at the house. And it's like a 5-minute walk from my house. So I remember telling...
Emily is Xana's best friend, but Emily was at work. And then got back from working the game and fell asleep for a little while. So that's not who she's talking about. I know that in the reports, they talk about the fact that Dylan left the party and went somewhere else before going home. But I've never been able to figure out where she went. But for her to say that it was Xana's best friend, it wasn't Emily. Emily was at work. And then they didn't have a party. So I don't know who this is. Somebody might, but I don't.
And like, do you want to go later? We just called it. They ended up staying, so me and ended up walking there. It's like a 5-minute walk, as with him. We go in there. It's obviously me and Claire, I mean, best friend, and then twin, and then there's also him, I believe. I'm almost positive that's who was there.
That was
again, I kept drinking more. We were playing Rage Cage drinking game, so I don't know fully how much I had to drink. I obviously was probably drunk at this point.
Prior to that point, how much you had to drink? Up to the point that you don't remember, how much had you had to drink?
So like after the nap, I had about 3 or 4 drinks of seltzers.
Which is nothing, okay? I don't care what anyone tries to say. She could have drank a 12-pack of them damn White Claws, broski. The amount of hard liquor that these girls put down in college, those little White Claws aren't touching them. Especially if she'd been drinking nonstop and she's just taking like naps in between. Like, she's basically just like feeding her buzz at this point to keep herself level. And those White Claws still are not going to do it. So she can have 3 or 4 of them. It's not going to get her to the point to where, oh my God, I don't remember. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I think, I'm pretty sure.
Like what type of seltzers?
Like just White Claws.
Little nothing.
Is that 8%?
Those are 5%.
Little
Yours at 5, so you're doing the lower end.
They're what? A 0.5% above a wine cooler? Like, come on.
Yeah, that's what we usually would.
Not for me. Not for me.
So this isn't a question of interrogation. It isn't a jam up. Were you doing anything else besides the alcohol?
No, me and never have. Dan and Ethan, they would take Adderall every now and then, but that was the only thing they would ever do.
And in case anybody did miss it, it does have that fact of it being not the actual like word. As far as I know, it might have it in there, but for sure the blue powder was tested and it tested positive for amphetamine. It's in there. It's like page 199 where it first gets mentioned in the brand new, like over 2,300 pages. And then like 1157, I think 1157, maybe. I mentioned it in my video about the Goncalves' interview over there on the interview room, but it does say it in there.
Maddie would never ever. Kaylee, I remember her talking about it once when she did Adderall, but that was it. I mean, Xana and Ethan were very smart. They were not like stupid with drugs at all. I remember all I heard about of them doing was Adderall. That's the only thing I've heard of. Me and were never like, we just never touched that stuff.
You just did alcohol. You just
drank. Just drank. That was the only thing we did. So we're at her place. Obviously having a good time. My friend, do you know what a Borg is? People do Borgs. It's like those huge water jugs you pour alcohol, put vodka and me or whatever. It's supposed to like get you really drunk or whatever. Obviously had drinking the whole Borg. and she was very drunk, and I didn't want her to walk home. So
she was very drunk. The girl who had the Borg was very drunk. Is she going to say that she actually drank out of this thing? Because that's what they've been telling us this whole time, is that she also, like, first they tried to say that she had her own Borg, her own gallon of death, okay? No. Then they said she was just drinking out of somebody else's, like taking drinks from somebody else's. So this sounds right here like somebody else drank the whole thing and was out of their minds, but I haven't heard yet that Dylan also drank out of it. Maybe she's going to say it, but I haven't heard that part yet.
So she had been talking to this guy named Hayden. He's a super sweet guy. I really like him. I was like, okay, well, I can take with me to go home and we can watch Vampire Diaries and just cook popcorn, you know? So every fraternity, they have sobros, which are freshmen that are supposed to be sober for that night so they can drive people home. I tell him, I was like, hey, can you get a sobro so we don't have to walk? I mean, the walk's not terrible, but like she can not walk very well. We get the sobro. Was going to come with us, my friend, but she ended up staying at.
So she didn't drink any of it. So all she's had is some champagne when she first got up, played a little game at the little Whites thing where all the picture was taken, and then she drank 3 to 4 White Claws. She didn't drink any of the Borg, is what I'm hearing. Now, remember, there's one of the reports that says that whenever she was over at the lodge party at Sigma Chi, that she said something to somebody about how she wasn't feeling it. And one of the little pieces I did hear in passing is something about how she really just wasn't feeling like being there for long as she left. That sort of correlates with that. She also says she didn't drink anymore after she got home. So if she's sipping on some little bitty champagne at noon, barely playing anything, like barely drinking anything when she's playing this game, and then she just had a couple of little White Claws, no Borg, girl was not drunk. Girl wasn't even tipsy by the time this shit was going on.
I believe. I don't know where she went exactly because of me got in the car. I don't know who the guys were that drove us, but like I trust them because I knew them. I trusted him. They were all part of it. They're known as being like super nice, trustworthy guys. We get home. No one is home. So we go upstairs. The house is kind of a mess, obviously, because we just had that party Friday. Saturday, we were drinking, whatever.
What time is this that you go home?
Oh, let me check again. I don't know if I fully have a photo.
Pictures, okay.
What do you call the freshmen that stay sober?
Sobros.
Sobros.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, all of a sudden, we're hearing that David B. Barriocha suddenly was a sobro that night and driving around that area in a similar vehicle that they're saying SV1 is, or at least what it would look like on the camera, driving around at that time at 4 o'clock with an eerie feeling all of a sudden. But I don't really see that. That's why I'm hoping that we see more driving around this in all of the video footage that we're supposed to be getting from 11/12 to go along with that story. Because the other story was he was walking across the 40 and felt like something weird, and he just felt like he needed to hurry up and rush back home, walk faster to get home. So you were either walking or you were driving. Which one was it? Hopefully that camera gives us some answers.
It was definitely after 1 because I have a video of dancing at 1. So I guess at first I thought it was 1, but it could have been 1:30. I don't know. I was intoxicated. I don't fully remember. I'm going to say around 1:15 to 1:30ish. That could be wrong.
So is she looking at a picture on her phone? So she's looking at a picture with a timestamp because she's saying 1:15, 1:30ish, and I need her to give me a timestamp because you guys are right. Like right now, if she is in Boise, which I'm pretty sure this is where like she's at during this, her clock is going to be off by an hour. So again, when she's like going off of like stuff where she's saying like roundabout times or saying like 1 o'clock to 1:30, 1:15 to 1:30, that's going off of memory. I need to backtrack this and see if she says a timestamp because she says something about seeing a video of dancing, but then doesn't give a specific time. So that makes it confusing.
Get home. No one is home. So we go upstairs. The house is kind of a mess, obviously, because we just had that party Friday. Saturday, we were drinking, whatever.
What time is this that you go home?
Oh, let me check again. I don't know if I fully have a photo.
What do you call the freshmen that stay sober?
Sobros.
Sobros.
Yeah. So it was definitely after 1 because I have a video of dancing at 1. So I guess at first I thought it was 1, but it could have been 1:30. I don't know. I was intoxicated. I don't.
So she's saying that the timestamp on the video is 1 o'clock of somebody dancing at the party. So that's not a timestamp for her getting home. That's a timestamp of her still not being home. Okay.
Fully remember. I'm gonna say around 1:15 to 1:30ish. That could be wrong.
That's on Sunday morning.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Do you know who the sober brother was who gave you the ride?
No, but like if needed, I can text him. He would know. So we get home. There's popcorn. I obviously make just a bowl of popcorn for me and Lynn. And I put Vampire Diaries on. I
heard the L. That was Lakeland.
I don't know for sure, but I think around 20 minutes later, Beth came home and we just laid down and watched Vampire Diaries. When I first did this interview, I thought it was around 2 when I went to bed, but it could have been later. I don't fully remember. Again, I was kind of out of it. I was drunk. At some point, I did go into my bed. Ended up sobering up, and she walked home.
You also need to remember she told the police officer right there in front of the house, Noons, the first person, that she was trying to go to bed. Not that she had been asleep and was woken up by all these sounds and fell back asleep and woke up to more sounds, that she was trying to go to bed. And you have to remember also the 351 contacts being added to her phone. So regardless of what she says, she was not asleep. She was not asleep. 2:33, I don't give a damn. No. It takes focus and several buttons to add a contact to a phone. She was not asleep.
I told her she could get a ride, but she wanted to walk home. I was like, okay.
Do you know what time that would have been?
I don't know when she left. I mean, that was like a normal thing. Like, you were never worried in Moscow. It was normal just to walk home.
I'm so tired of hearing that.
I don't know.
Why do they always have to say that? Like, they push that in every single one of these interviews, and I just don't know why they're all collectively saying that kind of crap. You just never have to worry about anything in Moscow. Never have to worry about it. Like, I don't understand. Like, y'all aren't even from there. What do you mean? Y'all are not... Your parents taught you, like, nothing about safety and precaution. Like, I've grown up in country areas that had no crime pretty much my entire life, and we still locked our damn door, okay? Every door was always checked. Every window was always checked. Our security cameras, anything, it was always checked. So the fact that everyone's like, oh, my God, nothing happens in Moscow. Somebody's trying to get into my door, and oh, my God, the handle, and oh, my God, but it's okay because nothing happens in Moscow. I'm sorry. One through the damn peephole, get off my door. What are you talking about? I don't understand this logic. And the simple fact that it's, again, college students that constantly say that, I have to question what kind of brainwashing the university does to make these people so just like carefree and nonchalant, where they're just like willy-nilly walking around intoxicated on all kinds of substances and just not caring that something could happen. They have to be getting brainwashed by the university to make them believe nothing happens in Moscow. Bro, I'm so sick of hearing it. It makes me want to vomit.
At what time I went to bed, I have no clue. I remember waking up somewhere around 2 and 2:30. Again, I don't fully remember. I heard Maddie and Kaylee come home. Again, the walls are pretty thin, like you can hear everything.
Thank you for reiterating what we already knew.
So Maddie and Kaylee get home from the club. I noticed they have grub truck, so it's just like that video that's going around. It's them at grub truck. They usually just get mac and cheese. So I can tell they got home from grub truck because they got mac and cheese and they take an Uber home. I have like a video of us. Let me see what time that's at.
Okay, you got up and took a video?
Yeah.
I went up to, so pretty much, I don't know where Bethany was, but she was upstairs with Maddie and Kaylee in Kaylee's room. I went up there to say hi and hang out with them for a little bit.
Girl, Walmart on clearance, $9. Look at it. Look at it. It's so cool. It's so cool. I all of a sudden started collecting Nirvana shirts, and I don't even know how. I suddenly have like six different Nirvana shirts. I didn't even realize it until like my dad and me were going Goodwill thrifting like a couple months ago. And I grabbed one and I was like, why do I feel like I have 4 of these in the closet? Holy crap, I have 4 of these in the closet. So now every time I see a different Nirvana shirt, I just grab it. That's why.
The video I have is at 3:10, so I guess it was a lot later than I thought. Sorry.
Well, that's actually 2:10, which is the exact same time that she texted Eric about if he was still driving. Because remember, it's off by an hour.
I don't know. This video I have is at 3:10.
Do we have those videos?
Yeah.
It was on your phone, right?
Yes, it was on my phone, so you should be able to have all this.
No one's sober. Let's play that again.
So pretty much, I don't know where Bethany was, but she was upstairs with Maddie and Kaylee in Kaylee's room. I went up there to say hi and hang out with them for a little bit. The video I have is at 3:10, so I guess it was a lot later than I thought. Sorry,
Okay.
I don't know. This video I have is at 3:10.
Do we have those videos?
Yeah.
It was on your phone, right?
Yes, it was on my phone, so you should be able to have all this. So it's the Uber driver that we all know.
Is that 3:11 a.m.?
That was 3:10. I thought it was around 2:30.
What were they asking?
And see, like, I can't even believe that because Chick was not drunk. Chick was not drunk. But regardless, Kaylee was. She had her vehicle. She can't drive. Maddie can't drive. Dylan didn't have a vehicle there. Xana's not home yet for her to be able to take her blue car. Ethan's not there for him to be able to drive the Jeep. Regardless, somebody was going to have to be called. But for the whole no one's sober, there's no way that Dylan was that far off unless she's lying. There's no way that you only drank what you're telling them that you drank and then can turn around and say that you were so drunk that you don't remember things. Oh my God, no, everybody's so drunk. Nobody's sober. Not you, ma'am. And then on top of that, you ate food after you got home? No, you're either full of shit or you're full of shit because you actually were taking other things and you don't want to admit that that's the reason why you don't remember and didn't call the cops. Like, you're obviously not being honest because you were not drunk. You could hear everything. Walls are so thin. I knew she was going to get on my nerves. I just knew it.
To text Eric for?
To take us back to Grub Truck so we could get more food.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Grub Truck was like the best place to go when you were drunk.
So who's in the house at 3:10 a.m.?
I don't know where Xana and Ethan are.
Okay.
I don't know if they came home or not, but I know for sure. I know who's in the video. We can hear her laughing. So it's me, Bethany, Kaylee, and Maddie. That is who's in that video. Mm-hmm. And I have a picture of Maddie.
Just to make sure that we have that, could you text that to myself?
Yes, I have a picture of Maddie too, and I'll save both of these and send them to you.
Thank you.
And I can screenshot the timestamp too. I can send it to you after this whole
Yeah,
thing.
that's fine.
And that's on the 13th of November.
That's on Sunday. I guess
Yeah.
it's really early Sunday. So I guess that was at 3:10. I thought it was earlier. I didn't know that.
It is.
Before we go forward, you said when you got home with, you said no one was home.
No one was
And
home.
you even went upstairs.
No, I never went upstairs.
Oh.
But because Kaylee and Maddie came home later, that's how I knew they were not there that time.
So what about Ethan and Xana?
Their door was open. I could see that. I could tell that they were not home.
Their door was open at that point. When
Yes,
you came home.
Sorry, I can't fully remember. I don't know for sure if their door was open.
I love how she just so confident was like, oh yes, the door was open and I could just tell. Why would you instantly answer that question? Unless you knew, and then switch it up so quickly. Unless you knew that you said that and you shouldn't have said that. Because now she's like, oh, actually, I just don't really remember which way the door was. You were so fast to answer. I'm going to probably go ahead and believe the other one. Because of how quickly that she wanted to take that back. Because I'm telling you, she was not drunk. She was not drunk.
Or not, but I believe they were not there. I mean, maybe they were, but at that moment, I believe they were not.
Okay.
So obviously,
let me step.
I believe they were not. And see, I don't understand why we don't have something from the police about this. Because one of the cops made a statement about how they could see with Xana's phone activity, her walking around at the time of getting the DoorDash delivery, which kiss my ass on all of that because you've yet to actually prove that. So how come they haven't been able to use that exact same thing to tell us what time they got home? The more recent information that we did get was from Hippler, and all that it was in a document saying that at this 210-ish frame, they'd know for a fact that Xana wasn't there. That Xana and Ethan weren't there. How do y'all know that though? And if you know that, then how come you can't tell us the actual time? I just don't understand how we still don't have the time that they walked in the door.
That's a fair question. So when we were talking about Ethan trying to get hold of his sister, did he leave your group to go check on his sister?
I don't think so. I don't know. I think he thought that she might be either at her house or like at the formal, wherever it was. I don't really know. I don't remember talking to him a lot. Yes.
Okay. She just said Ethan thought that Maisie was either at the formal or somewhere else. What are you talking about? Like, by the time she would have been at the party where Ethan was, Maisie would have been dropped off. They dropped her back off at the sorority house before going back to Sigma Chi. So why would Ethan be thinking that she was back at the formal that he was just at with her that he then brought her home from? She needs to stop answering questions to things that she don't know shit about. That's what's happening here. She's trying to act like she just knows all the freaking answers, and she's just making shit up. Man, I know people like this. It ain't cute.
Left that little group to go into the lodge, so I don't know where him and Xana
You
went
never
after.
saw him again?
No, I did not see him again. So after the video of me, Maddie, Kaylee, in that room, I did text it, and I'm gonna guess you have those text. I can screenshot all of it to you.
Okay.
I texted. I was like, "Hey, are you driving tonight?" He goes, "Yes, I am." And then me and Kaylee were like, "We're not gonna go anymore." Like, we just didn't feel like going, so we never did. I went into bed. I have a big habit of locking my door because I watch Criminal Minds a lot, and it kind of messes up my mind, so I get freaked out about everything pretty much.
See, and this is okay. Yes, Miss I Cry Wolf for everything but what I need to. Let's talk about that for a second. How the frick are you going to sit there and say, "Oh, nothing happens in Moscow. Oh, we didn't think about it. Oh, nothing ever happens. It's totally okay." But then flip it around and be like, "Oh my God, I watch too much TV and I freak myself out, so I lock all the doors." Which one is it? Which one is it? That's what made me so mad about the Amazon interview, because both Emily and Josie were like, she literally calls us all the time because something makes a noise in the kitchen and she wants somebody's boyfriend to come over and check out the place. So in the middle of all this paper thin wall shit happening, you don't call nobody over to do nothing because, Miss Ma'am, you knew what was going on. There's no other way around that. How do you suddenly just not do something that you're known to do in the most serious situation that you should be doing it in? Behavioral changes are extremely important to pay attention to, regardless of how you feel. That's like 101. Pay attention to whose shit changes up. That was an abnormal thing for her to do, to not call somebody over there in the moment because she has a history of doing so. And now she's made completely conflicting statements about just how safe she feels all the time. You can't lock your door because you freak yourself out, plus also think that you are in the safest place possible and call people to come and check your house out constantly. That doesn't work. I don't see how the cops are not catching all this stuff.
I don't remember if I locked my door or not that night, but...
And then I'm in such a habit of locking my door. Oh, but I don't remember if I locked it that night. On my nerves, god dang.
Pretty much there was music playing in the living room, which is very normal. People come out, like, our roommates come home drunk with some people, you play music. That's normal on the weekends. Not weird at all. I could tell it was Kaylee by her voice. I don't know how I knew it was her, but I'm pretty sure it was from her voice. And I also knew that...
See, this part bothers me too, because you've already told me that you were in the room with Kaylee. You knew Kaylee was there. So why are we having to guess this if the freaking walls are so paper thin and you know that she's like out and about and your ass ain't asleep? Why are we having to guess this game? See, it's so hard to try to figure out like what pieces might actually be legitimate and which pieces that she's full of shit about, because it's all going to come from something. There's going to be a little bit of truth in all of the nonsense, and it's impossible. It's literally impossible to try to decipher which pieces are correct, which pieces that she's making up, and which pieces actually happened. Like, all we have is timestamps for stuff. But in this instance, like, you have not been asleep. You can't sit there and guesstimate what's happening when it's literally like you're sharing a wall with it. I don't understand. If she doesn't know for sure, she probably just needs to stop answering. The cops leading the questions, not this one. Like, this female officer asks, like, really good questions. But Noons,
He was definitely leading her description of things. Mallory was definitely trying to get certain answers out of her by this very specific things that he was asking. And now look what we have now. The biggest discrepancy is about the eyebrows that Mallory is the first one that brought up. And now we have all that bullshit. I can't believe the back and forth flip-flop here.
Refused with her. That's how I knew it was for sure Kaylee.
Her dog.
Yes, her dog. And
What time did you go to bed? What time do you think you went to bed?
I have no clue. Somewhere after that video of 3:10.
Not at all?
Yeah, I don't fully remember.
Not at all?
When did you text our, that would help us?
Yes, I'll look at that.
Because you went to bed after you texted him?
Yes, I went to bed. I was walking downstairs when I texted him, so it would have been like right after.
And were you using your normal phone texting to talk to these people, or were you using an app or something like that?
What do you mean texting? Like?
So there's multiple ways to text people. You can either text by using your phone through the actual message system, or you use Facebook or Snapchat.
Yeah. So the main two ways we text is Snapchat and text.
Okay.
I switch between both. Like, it's never like, oh, I only text this. Like, I don't, like it's both kind of.
Okay. Do you have a preference on which one you normally use?
No, it just is like if
or does it depend on who you're talking to?
I guess it depends on who I'm talking to and like how important it is. Usually if it's more important, I go through text. But then also like I'll text like my high school friends through more text than Snapchat. Okay. Like it just is random, I would say. Nothing really.
It's not difficult to transition between the two.
No, it's not. Like my friend, I'll text through Snapchat and then I'll also texting her through messages. It just is random.
Okay. So could there be
that's going to make it difficult. That's going to be difficult for them to follow conversation chains if it really does flip-flop like that.
Apps, when they look at your phone and everything like that, they could see text messages through your normal phone here, no text messages in them maybe for a day or two because you're using something else.
I thought, are you guys able to go like download my Snapchat stuff in there, or is that not possible?
So I've been traveling these last couple of days, so I don't know everything that's been done up there in the Moscow and what they've been able to find.
Okay.
But if I have information that it's normal for me to do certain things, then it helps them.
So that must confirm that they do have her phone from what she just asked. And the fact that she keeps grabbing one, I'm going to assume they bought her family bought her a new one and they just downloaded all of her stuff. I don't like that. If you really want to like get technical about it, unless they went in and like forensically downloaded the phone. I mean, I know that like if you delete stuff, it's never really truly deleted. But if you can clone the phone, that means you can also go in and like delete things. And does that deletion like match your old system? Like if you delete something off of your newly cloned system, will it also delete it off of the other one because your accounts are still synced? Like, because if her iPhone account is logged in, I think it's an iPhone. If the iPhone account is logged in on both phones and she's deleting stuff on her new one, does it also delete on the old one? No, because he just said that they had it. Like it sounds like he's saying that they have it now while she's looking at stuff. Yeah, but I'm not talking about just like Snapchat. I'm talking about like everything. Photos, pictures, text messages, because like all that stuff is synced up. True. It's supposed to be put on airplane, so there isn't anything like that. That happens remotely. You're right. Okay, that answers that question. I'm pretty sure that they did that, but we can only hope anyway. You're right, though.
There is a gap on your cell phone. There's a gap of communications on your cell phone from Saturday, but it resumes normally on Sunday.
Yeah, that's probably why. If there is any way that you guys could download that stuff, I would really like you to have that just so you can get a better timeline and figure anything out, if that's possible.
Well, I don't want to interject too much, but I just got an email from Bill Thompson about specifically Snapchat accounts, all the accounts that you would have on your email.
Miraculously.
I was talking to the...
Miraculously, as they're talking about Snapchat, Bill sends a message about Snapchat. Is he like listening into the back end of this interview and like they don't know? Because that's wild.
Detective Blaker about maybe you guys just deleting those accounts so that you're not getting hounded by, the trolls out there. And
so it was Bill Thompson that told them to delete their social media or private their social media. Why is he sitting here doing that? What? Bro interfered way more than he should have. Wow.
He had a meeting this morning with a forensic detective, and he says, we prefer that the accounts not be deleted If it would help, we could get your client's login information to Detective Mowry, and he could then change the passwords so your clients wouldn't have to worry about the accounts. Okay. So that's just something for you guys to.
Let me have all of your social media. Let me change your password so that you can't get back into your social media, and let me hold your social media for you with you unable to access it. What? That's crazy. Is that normal? I don't feel like that's normal. I'm going to backtrack that a minute because that was a bit crazy.
Really like you to have that just so you can get a better timeline and figure anything out if that's possible.
I don't want to interject too much, but I just got an email from Bill Thompson about specifically Snapchat accounts, all the accounts that you would have on your email, because I was talking to the Detective Blaker about maybe you guys just deleting those accounts so that you're not getting hounded by, you know, the trolls out there. And he had a meeting this morning with a forensic detective, and he says, we prefer that the accounts not be deleted. If it would help, we could get your client's login information to Detective Mowry, and he could then change the passwords so your clients wouldn't have to worry about the accounts.
So your clients wouldn't have to worry about the accounts. So let me hijack your social media from you, change the password to where you can't get into it to protect you from the internet trolls. Broski, we're on day 4. This is day 4. What? That's wild. What? That's great. Okay.
So that's just something for you guys to discuss and throw out that's what they're wanting to know what you want to do with that. If that's easier to just give them your passwords and they can just log in. But totally I'll let you guys think about that.
Okay.
The one thing with Snapchat is when you do send a text, it can go away. So I'm gonna guess you guys can still download that stuff maybe.
If not, that they can also request through Snapchat for preservation.
Okay,
and then see if it would still be there when they get
that's the main thing, because I believe I called Ethan through Snapchat, not because some people only have their Snapchat, I don't have their phone number, which is kind of weird. That's how it is.
What's your login information on Snapchat?
Like my user,
user, and then your.
So it would be.
She's handing it over right now, which I mean,
yes.
I'll say this, her just being like, yeah, here's my username and password. That tells me that there's nothing in there that she's worried about them seeing, honestly. In my opinion, if she's just like, here's my Snapchat login information. She also said stuff automatically deletes, but I assume that you can get that too. So she's acknowledging the fact that if something was deleted, it's not really gone. They can see it, but here, go ahead and log in anyway. So maybe there really isn't anything on Snapchat. The messages that I'm concerned about between Dylan and anybody are the messages between her and her father that were like bubble style messages, which to me means like actual text messages. Because there's a lot going on there when she's like Ann Taylor's wanting to present those messages. We know what Steve Goncalves is claiming in the messages between him and Brett Norton, that the girls apparently were having conversations about hearing things and being very specific about what they thought that they were hearing. So those messages are like extremely important to me. The stuff about Snapchat that's important to me is the fact that she also claimed that that's where she was trying to see where Xana and Ethan were when she was looking at like the snap maps and stuff like that. I want to know how many times she actually accessed those maps to see exactly where they were, or if it was just something that she did one time and then just sort of like went on with it. I want to know how many times she actually tried to see where they were, tried to see where anybody else was on snap maps, locations, because how she's like, what she's saying is one thing, but the behaviors that they can actually track, the ones that they can actually have a footprint for, those are the most important things. So I'm really curious about that.
I have to figure out my password again, but it's probably going to be.
Yeah, she's just giving it to them.
I mean, I can reset it so you guys can have that password. I'll try and figure that out.
So your password would.
I would have to. I've had a lot of passwords, so I have to figure that out.
Can I ask you before I forget, because I will, because I'm older. Do you happen to know your roommates' passwords onto their cell phones?
No, I don't at all.
It'd be a bit odd if like your passwords, if you knew the passwords to your roommate's information and you've only been living there for 2 months, 3 months, August, September, October, November. That'd be a bit crazy.
I've never seen them put in their PIN or do a design.
No, usually you don't. You're not really logging out of Snapchat.
I'm just talking just into their phones in general.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if they have passwords or not. I have no clue. May or may not know Maddie's because we're all super close, but Maddie was, so they had like that a little bit stronger connection, but I doubt she knows that.
I don't know. I don't know that answer. Let me ask. Wait, is forensically downloaded? Is it kept in airplane mode? When a phone is forensically downloaded, is it kept in airplane mode? When a phone is forensically downloaded, it is typically kept in airplane mode to preserve the evidence. Airplane mode disables all radios in the phone, ensuring that all communication except for Bluetooth is cut off. This prevents the phone from receiving messages, calls, or location reports, and also stops the device from receiving a wipe command. This is crucial for forensic investigators as it allows them to extract data from the device without overriding any critical information. However, if the device is turned off, the reboot can revert the device to its most secure state, losing the opportunity for data extraction. Therefore, using airplane mode is the preferred method for preserving evidence during forensic investigations. So I'm guessing that they can just like hook it up to a machine and it doesn't technically need a network in order for them to basically pull the guts out of it. It's already hard-coded in there. So I'm going to assume that it does stay in airplane mode the entire time. It'd be kind of dumb to take it out of airplane mode unless they're trying to see if somebody is trying to do something to it. Like they might be able to go ahead and like forensically download everything and then release the airplane mode just to see if somebody tries something. That might be an interesting little game to play.
So at 3:10 is when I asked, are you driving by chance? At 3:13 he said I am, but I never responded. I just went to bed. So I guess it would have been like 3:15 I went to bed-ish.
So the timeline, and you know this already, that it's so critical to us.
Yeah, I remember when I first did the second interview, I didn't know the times, but now looking at photos and text, I can see better timeline.
The first and second interview. I'm going to assume that means the two that she did with Mallory. But I don't know if at this point she's talked to the FBI, because anything when it comes to dates for the feds, we don't have any of that. They're not releasing stuff. I feel like she'd probably count Mallory's as the same one because it happened the same day. So something must, in my opinion, something else must have happened in between 13 and 17. And it's probably the it's probably the FBI interview.
Do you know if it ever came?
I don't think so. I would guess he didn't because I never responded. But he, we talked to him all the time. We would text him all the time. He knew where our house was. He knew what Frontlandis was, what the Whites was. We really liked him. He was our favorite Uber driver. He could know something just because they do probably have cameras, and it probably would be a good guy to talk to just in case. But we trusted him. He was a super nice guy. Always made sure we got home safe. I never had any weird suspicion with him ever.
How old is he?
Oh, I don't know. I think mid-30s probably. He has a kid. I know that, and he's married.
So he's talked to you. You've had conversations.
Yeah, we've had a lot of conversations. Obviously drunk with him.
So you went to bed after that.
That's true.
Yes, after that communication. I don't fully remember.
Right, but you have to remember it's an hour off, Patty. Because while it was happening, she was in Moscow. But her phone is now an hour different because she's in Boise at the time. So when she's saying 3:15, she really means 2:15. It's just that her time change is different on her phone as she's physically looking at it.
But I think I was on my phone watching Vampire Diaries for a little bit. I don't know how long. I don't know for sure if I was or wasn't. Again, I don't know if I locked my door. I have a habit of locking my door, but I don't know if I did. And I don't remember. I'm usually the one that locks the sliding door at night because Xana and Ethan would get up and forget to lock it. I don't know if I locked it.
Because Xana and Ethan would get up and forget to lock it. What would they need to open it for? Did they smoke cigarettes? Because if they're just in the house and they're awake, what the frick does it have to do with the door? Unless there's a reason for them to go outside. Did one of them smoke? Did both of them smoke? I don't see why you'd have to touch the door just because you were awake. But she's also probably just trying to put some like responsibility on somebody else for this part. And of course, she's going to do it to the two people that can't defend themselves.
And I don't know if anyone else, I don't believe I locked it. But it also wasn't like, oh, you have to lock it. Like Moscow always seemed like a super safe place. Like you walk home at night drunk by yourself or with one other girl. Like that's just the norm of Moscow. So I fell asleep. I was usually when I am drunk, I fall asleep a lot better. And during the weekdays, I get a lot more scared about things. But when on the weekends, because I have been intoxicated and I am obviously drunk, I sleep a lot better, like a lot deeper sleep, I would say.
Oh my God.
So
I love how she's full of shit. Like you weren't drunk. We've heard the amount of alcohol you had. You were not drunk. You were also not asleep. All these interviews, she's just constantly lying about the events that took place. You were not asleep. You were maybe in your room, probably, maybe not. I don't know what you were doing, but you weren't sleeping. I just don't understand how, like, in all the reports that we have, there's nothing about the person that she added to her phone. I'm hoping maybe something does get said in these interviews and it just wasn't in a report, but we'll see.
Do you suffer from anxiety?
Yeah.
Even before?
Yeah.
That part. She's been, I can pretty much bet that her lawyer was like, put it on thick about how much you drank that night. That's the only thing that's going to save you, so that you could sit there and be like, oh, I don't know, or it be a reason why you don't have a good memory, or a reason why your details are so contradictorial because you were just so drunk. Oh, I know. Her lawyer should be ashamed of herself. And this is redacted right here for a second for some reason. The redactions are so crazy.
Started.
I think this is the part where people were saying that they feel like this is probably stuff about her mental health and there might be stuff in here about medications. They should have played it. Because if Home Chick is on medications where she's not supposed to be drinking and she was drinking, mixing things can have really bad effects. Mixing things can make people do shit that they have no memory of and would never do without the mixture. So if there was some sort of cross thing happening here with some sort of like psych meds and then drinking, they probably shouldn't keep that such secret. And it might be something that should have been looked into a lot more. I'm just saying. This is still silent. Still silent. It's a going, I promise. This is a long redaction here. This is like wild. Is it long? It is long. Damn. Considering what this portion is about and the fact that this silence is so long.
I just remember, I remember waking up around 4 to 4:20. I have text between me and Kaylee at just text from me to her at 4:20. Let me make sure.
Well, I have to step back because I forgot to ask you. After the initial White Claws, what else did you consume? You had the 3 White Claws you told us.
So yes, 3 White Claws. Going to...
Did she just say I took? I swear it sounded like a T. What is it at 59?
I just remember, I remember waking up around 4 to 4:20. I have text between me and Kaylee at 4. I mean, just text from me to her at 4:20. Let me make sure.
Well, I have to step back because I forgot to ask you. After the initial White Claws, what else did you consume? Because you had the 3 White Claws you told us.
So yes, so 3 White Claws. Going to the house, I had some of Borg.
Okay.
Obviously.
So that's where she finally says that she had some of the Borg, but she didn't mention that 15 minutes ago when she was talking about it in the first place. So I'm wondering, like, are you just now like saying that you drank some of that because they're asking you again because you didn't mention that the first time? And did you just realize that you slipped up and you should have? And whose phone is going off? Like the whole time this is going, somebody's phone is double vibrating like they're getting messages. I'd love to know whose phone that is.
Rage Cage, I don't know what they put in it. I don't believe it was hard alcohol. I think it was just seltzers. I think, yeah. I'm pretty sure it was just seltzers that store. I don't.
So it was just the White Claws that was put into the Borg is basically what she just said? So then it ain't nothing changed. The girl was not drunk.
I don't remember it being any hard alcohol.
It's called Rage Cage.
Yes. It's like just drinking game. I had a little bit of, I don't know how much I would say, of Borg, which obviously has like vodka brunettes.
Okay, so now, did she say vodka brunettes? What the frickin' frack is that?
Sure, it was just seltzers that store. I don't remember it being any hard alcohol. Obviously.
It's called Rage Cage.
Yes. It's like just drinking game. I had a little bit of, I don't know how much I would say.
Oh, that's like a brand.
Borg, which obviously has like vodka brunettes. I don't know how much. I don't know how much I drink, but obviously some of that.
That's like the bottom shelf vodka, the cheapy vodka at the bottom. That's what she means. It's a brand, Barnett's vodka.
And then I would say I probably had like 2 or 3 more drinks.
Yeah.
Maybe a few more.
And what were they?
Also White Claws.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And where were they at home?
What do you mean?
Did you drink them at home?
This was at house.
Okay. Did you drink anything at home when you ate the popcorn?
No.
It's still not enough.
So the drinking had stopped.
Once we left the house, it stopped.
So at around 2 o'clock, basically, based off of what you told
I
me.
think so. I don't fully know. I'm like trying to think again.
It wouldn't have been 2 o'clock. It would have been between 1:15 and 1:30 is the time that Dylan got back to the house, according to the reports. So she would have stopped drinking closer to like 1:15. Somewhere around there.
Because I know the last video I have is
Somebody else's
house was dancing at. Let me look at that again. That was at 12:57. So I would say, I don't know, 1:15, 1:30 I left, just basing off these videos that I have. So we got that sober home, obviously. What we watched Vampire Diaries, had popcorn. Maddie.
No more alcohol.
No more alcohol. So then I guess I told you that rest of the part. So
You're in your bed, you said, so we interrupted you. So you awakened at somewhere between 4 and 4:20 a.m.
Oh, yeah, I have texts that I texted Kaylee. So on my phone it says 5:22 because the time changed, but Moscow's an hour behind. So at 4:22 in Moscow, I guess, would that change also to my Snapchat video times?
Yes.
So then all this would be an hour behind. That's kind of.
So then the 1 o'clock video dancing is actually midnight, right? Yeah.
I messed everything up. Sorry. Then I guess everything would be an hour behind.
But on your phone now, you're saying at 4:22 you texted Kaylee the first time.
But now since we're in Boise, it changed to 5:22. I don't really know why.
Yeah. You don't really know why? You don't know why? You know, I'm just gonna leave it.
We're an hour ahead.
Yeah, an hour ahead, and I made sure because I sent a screenshot to my mom that had my time, and it showed my mom's time, and obviously switched over because of Boise time. Sorry, that really confused me.
What did you text her?
I said, Kaylee, what's going on? Please answer. So.
Why did you ask that?
So I'll start from there. 4 a.m., around 4 to 4:20. I don't know if I was still drunk. Probably was. I don't know for sure. I was.
You hadn't drinking anything in 3 hours, chick. And you had food. Shut up. Shut up. I could never be like a cop that sits in a room with people like this. I would be fired so fast because I cannot. I can't. I just, oh my God.
Really asleep. I like woke up out of nowhere. I heard her playing music.
How do you know it was her? I guess I should ask that.
I don't really know for sure why I knew it was her, but I think it's because I heard her voice and she's probably singing. I knew for sure it was her when she walked upstairs and she said someone's here. That's how I knew for sure that it was Kaylee.
And I still question if that was who Molly saw in the window. And if Molly is who Kaylee was talking about. Because they mentioned the fact that Molly's car pulls in. The headlights are obviously on. You can see them in the 1112 camera. As she's pulling onto the road, they flash across the bottom of the screen and you can see the lights. So it's very possible that at the time that this was being said, it's Kaylee seeing the damn DoorDasher pulling in. And Dylan's time for this is off. And it was closer to that time frame that Molly was actually dropping off the food. I kind of wondered that in the beginning when the PCA first came out, if the DoorDash is what Kaylee actually had said that about. And I've sort of just been going back to that, getting all this other information. It does seem like that might have been the situation. And it wasn't her freaking out about seeing somebody upstairs. It might have been the DoorDasher. I just can't stand how there's like a good 2 hours of time here that we really can't put any really consistent stuff on. And really more like an hour and a half, really. But we can't put anything too consistent on it. It's all just kind of like, this could have been what happened. And maybes. I hate it.
So pretty much she walked up the stairs, normal, wasn't weird or anything. And I was like, okay, and I can go back to bed.
So she shouted out to you, somebody's here?
Not to me. I don't know if she knew I was awake, but so she walked up the stairs with Murphy. I think she got to almost about the top of the stairs just by how many stomps there was. And she said someone was here frantically, but it wasn't a yell because I know for a fact it wasn't yell or shout because they're not here.
She just said she yelled it frantically, but then she said it wasn't a yell or a shout. That's what she said, right? I know I'm not tripping just because I don't like this chick. She really is just not making any sense.
So pretty much she walked up the stairs, normal, wasn't weird or anything. And I was like, okay, and I can go back to bed.
So she shouted out to you, somebody's here?
Not to me. I don't know if she knew I was awake, but so she walked up the stairs with Murphy. I think she got to almost about the top of the stairs just by how many stomps there was. And she said someone was here frantically, but it wasn't a yell.
Frantically. Can these come on here? They sure can. Let's keep these on now.
Because I know for a fact it wasn't yell or shout because they're not here. And from what I heard, it's between talking and yelling. Wasn't yelling, but it's in between there. I believe.
Then how was that frantically? She was either what was the person who yelled this tripping or not? It's a simple yes or no question. Were they freaking the frick out, or was it just a statement being said loudly so that everyone in the house could hear it? Something frantic is loud. It's a yell. It's an emotion. See, this is so frustrating.
I was also very drunk. I don't know how much of this is real. I don't know if my mind was doing whatever. I don't know any of it. Half of the stuff, I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. I just have no clue. But in that moment of what I think I heard.
Exactly. She was so drunk, but she could count the steps. So drunk, but she could tell exactly where Kaylee landed by the steps up the stairs. How are these cops not hearing this? These kinds of inconsistencies, if this was a dude, Broski would have been locked the F up with no bond until proven innocent, okay? What are we doing? This is really frustrating. Really, really, really frustrating.
Was her saying someone's here. Again, I think it was more like between talking and yelling. I don't know for sure. From what I remember, I think she like ran down the stairs pretty fast and then it just stopped. That's when I texted her, I believe, is like, I was kind of like, what in the world, like, what is this? Like, doesn't make sense. And I didn't think anything was wrong because nothing ever bad happens in Moscow ever. So then,
Did Kaylee send?
We should play a drinking game. Every time she says that, let's take a shot. What the hell? You just said again that you freak out about everything. But again, oh, I'm not going to freak out this time because nothing bad happens in Moscow. Oh, but she wasn't yelling frantically, really. Like I said frantically, but it wasn't really like a yell. This is all a lie. Like, I don't give a damn. Like, the more that she talks, the more I want to punch a pillow with her face printed on it. Because what? The same way that, like, you didn't think anything was wrong, but you were still too scared to go down the hallway to actually check on Xana for real. But then again, you weren't scared at all, but too scared to go down the hallway. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I'll never understand this.
Sound stressed?
yes, kind of, I think. I don't know for sure.
What was Murphy doing? Was he barking?
I think he was barking again. I don't remember
Sure,
fully.
she did
I
not.
think he was
Murphy
barking.
a barker? Does Murphy bark at strangers?
We don't get a lot of strangers, so I don't know. Think so.
What would make Murphy bark? What normally, under normal circumstances, would make Murphy bark?
He just wasn't really much of a barker.
But you heard him barking, you think? Or
Yeah, I think so. From what, like, what I think I heard.
Yeah, this is true tue.
Can I step back a second?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this because you've been consuming alcohol, but I have to ask you because you have gone.
They must be talking about medications. I bet you they're talking about mixing alcohol with medications right here. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going to bet. This is talking about mixing her medications with alcohol. Damn.
So.
Dogs just don't bark in Moscow. Can you imagine? Like, I'm honestly waiting for it at this point.
So you heard Murphy barking, but Murphy's barked before.
I mean, like, so when in the backyard there's dogs out there and he would bark at them. I don't think he ever really barked at people. Again, I don't like remember fully. I'm just guessing off of what I think. But I do think I think I remember hearing barking when Kaylee said that, and I just like something about her like running down the stairs really fast because of how like fast she was stomping.
You couldn't hear that.
Yeah, from what I like, I don't know if it's like real or if my mind's just like drunk and awake. I don't know really.
Her lawyer deserves a Grammy or whatever, not a Grammy. What's the one for actors, an Oscar or some shit? Because there's no way that her lawyer didn't tell her play on all of it and just say, I just don't remember if it's real or if I was so drunk. I'm just imagining it. Ain't no way that she came up with this bullshit on her own. Her lawyer should be ashamed, but should also win an award because this is crazy.
Oh, that's important for us. So
Yeah.
we can't tell you
That one.
whether or not that was reality.
Yeah, I mean,
or-
I have no
don't pay
clue. I
attention.
keep trying to remember, but I don't know what's real and what's not, pretty much from that night, and it's kind of frustrating not knowing at all. I don't remember who I called first. I don't remember when I called them. I mean, I guess I could look on Sunday from my phone.
Was this at the time
you probably
heard
could.
Kaylee writing?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me look from Sunday.
I'm about to not match for a
Kaylee
second, but I'm
saying?
cold.
She just said someone's here and then nothing else, from what I remember.
But it sounded like you said you heard her say someone's here, then heard the friend.
Yes, that's what I think I remember.
So
like,
you
she
tell if
walked-
she was wearing shoes or not wearing shoes.
I think she was wearing, because all the girls like wear those Doc Martens, whatever. I think it was those. I don't know. I have no clue, but I'm pretty sure it was shoes because of how loud it was. Again, I don't know.
No, we need to remember that there was one of them in the living room, and then Maddie's looked to have been in her room. So Kaylee had on white sneakers that night. Not to say that she couldn't have changed into some boots after she got home for some reason, but considering the fact that Bethany and Maddie were the ones that took Murphy out, I don't see why the hell Kaylee would have changed out of white sneakers and put on black boots. So then I've just sort of wondered if maybe the Doc Martens that are in, or at least the black boot that's in the living room, if that was Xana's. Because if you look at the picture of them all before that, like, she's wearing all black. Let me check her shoes. Let me check her shoes real quick. I'm going to have to open my editor to see the full picture. Hold on. Now, again, we don't know like what she changed into, if she changed into anything, or if Xana stayed in like the all black clothes. But we do know that it was a conversation that the two of them had, because Xana wearing black is brought up. No, Xana has on, are those Vans? I think that's the Van Wave on the back of these. See this? This is Xana that night. And they have really thick white heels. They look like Van platforms. Maybe. I'm not really quite sure. But they're not. Is it Converse? But yeah, these aren't the, not the boot.
Oh, for sure. From looking at my phone. Okay, so I called at 4:19 a.m., which I didn't know. I guess I called before I texted Kaylee.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's
Maybe
when she
Bethany.
said something about firecracker, which I thought she was saying that there, like, someone threw fireworks in her house because she heard like I don't know what she heard.
She just said, I thought that she said she threw fireworks in her house. Girl, y'all live in the same house. That's a weird statement. I'm just gonna chalk it up that that's just a weird statement.
Or I texted Kaylee, and I think that's when she said something about firecracker, which I thought she was saying that there, like, someone threw fireworks in her house because she heard like I don't know what she heard, and something about like a light. I guess you talked to her. I don't fully know. I didn't understand it. I was out of it, obviously, probably still tipsy, and just woke up. I thought.
Now, there is a report. I haven't gotten like all the way down to read the full thing, but they do mention something in one of these reports that we've gotten recently about how there was, I believe, a Scentsy light broken on the bottom floor. Don't quote me on this. I think it says it was in the spare bedroom. So I could see like something happening with that and it like sparking. I don't see it being like hella loud. And I don't see it sparking so much that it like wakes up Bethany and sounds like a damn firecracker. It's a Scentsy light. Them things are like those little bitty tiny light bulbs. Plus, her door would have had to have been like open because there's a big space. Like that whole floor is in between those two rooms. So that doesn't really make sense that would have been what it was. But that's in the reports now that there's like a bottom floor light that was busted. I just don't see how logistically that would have been what it was. Yeah, in the spare bedroom. Her door would have had to have been open. Like both doors would have had to have been open and the sound would not have been that loud. Again, those little lights are like this big. They're like teeny, little bitty nothing things. I don't think that it can make that kind of noise. Unless it fell out the outlet, smashed down on the ground, maybe. But something would have had to have been going on in that bedroom, you know, which probably did happen considering all the other unanswered questions.
she meant someone threw fireworks in her house, which didn't make any sense. So after that, I called Xana at 4:20 a.m. And then next, I called Kaylee as well as at 4:20 a.m.
And what, did you leave a message or anything?
No. And then I called again at 4:20. I don't really know why. Then I called Maddie at 4:21. Then Maddie at then Kaylee at 4:27.
So you never left your room?
So after I heard Kaylee say that, from what I can remember is I opened the door, and I do remember like looking up the stairs and then looking to the side, and I could kind of see the living room, but not fully. And I just remember like seeing nothing. So I slept to the door and locked it because I was freaking out. Like I didn't know if there was a guy there. I don't know if anything was there or not. I don't know. I opened the door again. Again, I don't know if this was real or if my mind was just like playing with me.
Why do you have to keep saying that over and over and over? See, I think that I think the reason why she started playing on this more is because they started acknowledging her psych meds and her drinking. That's what I'm getting from these like redacted portions where it sounds like that's the subject that it's leading to. I feel like they definitely, her and her lawyer definitely were like, we need to lean on that and just make that the excuse why you can't remember everything. So make sure that you remind them that you don't remember, or it could be not real. Your mind might have been playing tricks on you because you mixed your meds with alcohol. That's what this is sounding like.
But from what I think I heard was someone was crying in the bathroom. And I think it was Kaylee. But I don't know. I couldn't tell. And I just...
Which bathroom?
The one me and Xana share on the second floor.
So the second...
Okay, so... Let me see if I can do this without having to pull it up. Because at this point, I think I have the layout down. So if she walks out of her bedroom, right here immediately to her left goes up the stairs, the first flight before there's that little walkway, and then it takes that turn. Right in front of her, what she can see is the stove, the dishwasher, the kitchen sink, and like that portion of the kitchen. She cannot see the damn slider, and that is so hella important because logistically she would have not been able to have seen anybody walking out that sliding door from her bedroom threshold frame. She would have had to have actually taken some steps into that little hallway area that leads into the kitchen where you can see the doorway where it has like the cabinet space or whatever closet space underneath the way that the stairs turn. But as soon as she walks out of her door and looks off to the right, you can see the entire living room all the way to where the top of the first floor stairs starts to lead down. So she would have had to have like listened to this from around a corner. So how the hell do you know if it's from the bathroom or if it's Xana crying? Because if what you're hearing is coming down a hallway going through the living room and you're not actually looking down there, what makes you think that it was the bathroom and not Xana's room? Those doors like touch each other. Here's the bathroom, and then here's Xana's door at the end of the hallway. So what if this bathroom was not even the bathroom? What if you just need to take the entire bathroom scenario out of there? Because this is really just Xana dying in her room, and it has nothing to do with the bathroom. I think I might, in my mind, need to do that now because she doesn't know for sure. She's just guessing. She's just guessing. She has no freaking idea. She just knows that the sound is coming from that way. That's all she knows. I think we need to take bathroom out of the scenario. I think it was just Xana. Yeah, I think that's where I'm at.
At the time you opened your door.
Yes. And again, I don't know for sure if this is in the bathroom, just like what I think happened from what I think I heard and all that. And then from after like the crying, I think I heard someone, like this guy's voice I had never heard in my life, just saying like, no, like it's okay, I'm gonna help you. But it wasn't in this nice way, like it was a weird, creepy way from what I think I remembered. And I'm pretty, I mean, again, I don't know anything for sure. I think I called out for Kaylee and Xana because it was the second floor, and I was just like, Kaylee, Xana. And
see, that's so crazy to me to sit there and be like, I'm supposed to believe that someone is yelling people's names out loud. while somebody's walking through the house doing all kinds of crazy shit and you don't become an immediate target. I just don't see it.
And so if someone was there, they would have heard me.
Yes, I would. Because this is my house and I've been around my kids and I know my kids' voices, and this is my house I've been in for 2 years now. She's only been in that house for like 2.5 months. I don't really think that she could tell that. I really don't. It's a little bit different than living in a house and knowing exactly where you're. Like right now, even with my door closed, I can hear sounds. I can hear that my son is in his room across the hall. I can hear that my other son is actually in the living room instead of his bedroom, based off of the fact that I can hear his controller clicky buttons even with my door shut, because it echoes down the hallway. I know I can because, again, my children, those voices are sort of ingrained in your brain, you know. Also, mom hearing, not the same. Not the same. I don't think Dylan knows what she's talking about. She might know the direction it came from, but for her to say that it was the bathroom when she's not down there, she doesn't really know. We know Xana's door was wide open. The doors touch each other. There's no proof that it's bathroom. It could be, but in my opinion, based off of everything that keeps getting thrown around and all the inconsistencies, I am going to, in my mind, say it was probably Xana, because that's the direction and that's where Xana was. And it makes no sense for Kaylee to have been down there. And that's been one of the biggest discrepancies. And I understand that we have a lot of questions, but just because we have a lot of questions doesn't mean that we have to hang on to every little thing that might actually work towards what our theories are, when it just doesn't logistically make sense anymore. And y'all can keep whatever y'all want, but in my mind, it never made sense to me that she thought something was coming from the bathroom anyway, because how would you know that? How would you know that? Sober or not, you how would you know exactly that? How can you say that you didn't really know what was really going on in the living room because you didn't really see it, but then say suddenly, oh, it's got to be the bathroom, but still not really know? She's on the fence. So just the fact that she's on the fence about so many things, I can, in my mind, be like, I don't think that it was the bathroom. I think that it was Xana. That makes the most sense. Just logistically, not just for the sounds, but also from like where everybody was found. And again, we've got questions about Kaylee. And now with this story, there's been even more questions about, okay, so if she was in the freaking bathroom on the second floor, how'd she end up in Maddie's bed? And yes, okay, it could easily be staged. She could have been put there. That's still very much like top probability here. But we still have to try to figure out what the frick actually happened in order to be able to tell if that's what really happened. So when she's so everywhere, and it makes more sense in my brain that it was Xana in her room and had nothing to do with the bathroom. There wasn't any blood found in the bathroom. There was nothing found in the bathroom that makes me believe anybody would have been in there crying or getting attacked or anything like that. It was all in the bedroom. And again, the door was open, so much so that Dylan is claiming to have seen Xana in fleeting as she was going past the hallway to get down to Bethany's room. I don't think the bathroom on the second floor has anything to do with her story.
I don't know.
So when you heard his voice, where would he have been when you heard it?
I think the bathroom. I don't know for sure. It could have been. It just seemed too distant from the living room. So I just in my mind, I think in my mind just suggested, okay, bathroom. That's what I think I hear. Like I think it's bathroom.
Okay, but Xana's room is just a tad bit further. So that doesn't make sense either, the way that she just described that.
And what was it again? He said, I'm sorry.
He said, no, she said, it's okay, I'm going to help you. I think that's what I said. Again, everything's kind of fuzzy still. I don't fully remember.
Was it directed at you?
No. I think what he was saying that to was whoever was crying in the bathroom.
Or Xana in her room and the perpetrator sadistically saying that as they're doing other things, because we know she was literally injured from the tip of her head down to the bottom of her right calf and everywhere in between. The smallest human in this scenario had the most injuries, at least count-wise. That's really hard to think about, like how hard she must have fought. There's no way that that's all that Dylan heard, that she didn't hear screaming. How would you just hear crying? If you're coherent enough to cry, you've got to be able to scream too. There's no way someone is taking on that many injuries and still able to cry, but you didn't hear a scream? I just don't see how that's possible.
And I from what I think I remember, it was a male voice.
And what did you think? What were you thinking at this time?
I mean, I don't even know what I was thinking. I was just like, what in the world is going on? Like, who is that? Like, are they talking to the girl crying? Like, I don't.
And you thought the girl might be Kaylee.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. I know somebody mentioned this earlier, I think just a few minutes ago, like in the chat. This also could have been her hearing the Vampire Diaries show still playing. And I know that a lot of people brought up, I think, like 3 different scenes from Vampire Diaries where someone dressed in black, either Stefan or Damon, were dressed in black and said something very similar to what Dylan claims to have heard. So we do have to actually take that into consideration, that it could have been something that was just on the TV that was playing at the same time that all of this was going on, or the crying might have been coming from the living room, from the TV, and that's why she's just off all the way. I mean, who knows what the freaking truth is here? It could go a million different ways because we don't have anybody giving us stories that actually match. Even Bethany and Dylan, who are in the house at the exact same time, their stories don't match because their point of views were completely different. So we have nothing that can actually be like, okay, we've got 2 or 3 different things here that say this, and we only have like one over here that gives us a little bit of a difference. So we're going to go ahead and go with the majority. We don't have that at all here. So it could have been, sure, somebody actually crying because the perpetrator is there. Someone's actually actively being attacked, and that's what she's hearing. Or the attack could have been done and over with, and she's hearing the TV. Because that's possible. Or going on at the exact same time and the TV's playing. All I know is that she knew what was going on in a way of there's messages that say she knew people's lives were being taken in these moments. And they chose to not do anything about it, but cower in a bedroom on the first floor where you could have easily become the next target and been taken out just like that because now you've cornered your dumbass self. I'll never understand how we're supposed to believe that logic. You just pass up a front door instead of leaving and running over to the neighbor's house and being like, something the frick is happening, bro. Call the cops now. I'm freaking out. Something's going on. There's screaming. There's somebody in the house. Why wouldn't you have ran out that front door? Nothing's ever going to make me understand what they did here.
I mean, that's what I think I thought.
But you're only thinking that because of the position of the bathroom in their bedrooms, but you don't know that it's Kaylee.
Yeah, I have no idea if it's Kaylee. I have no clue at all. That's just what I'm thinking at that moment is like, I just thought it was Kaylee, but now I'm like, as that moment, what I thought was it was Kaylee. Now, after hearing more stuff and thinking more, it could have been Xana. But from that moment, I thought it was Kaylee.
It's more.
Yeah, it could have been Xana in her bedroom and had nothing to do with Kaylee. That's like the only true thing that she has said this entire time, in my opinion.
More important. That's what it's going to tell you. It's more important because I know you've talked to. It sounds like from Dustin's interview.
Yeah.
Don't allow, if you can't, that information to influence what you knew at the time that we're asking you these things were happening, because we're trying to figure out who did this, and we can't have those influences drive our, we're trying to.
Yeah, so like at that moment.
You thought it was Kaylee?
I thought it was Kaylee. I totally thought it was Kaylee.
Have you ever heard that male voice before?
No, I've never heard that in my entire life. It was not Ethan's voice whatsoever. I know Ethan's voice, and it was not Ethan's voice at all.
And the tone of the voice, what did it sound like?
It was like almost like a sorry but like creepy tone. I don't really know how to explain a voice. I guess it's kind of hard to explain. But it wasn't like, it's okay, I'm gonna help you. It was like, no, like, it's okay, I'm gonna help you. Like, it wasn't like this frantic, like, I'm gonna help you. It was just like, it was just weird from what I remember.
Can we step back for a second?
Yeah.
I don't watch Vampire Diaries. It's not my genre. I'm not saying, I like scaring.
I'm glad that the cop instantly brought up Vampire Diaries after hearing the statement that Dylan just said. This is a very good officer. She's quick.
Watch Halloween every year.
Yeah.
Same original. What was on the Vampire Diaries going on before you went to bed?
So Vampire Diaries is just about this girl and these two guys that are vampires that like fight between her. It's not let's just be scary. It's just like those kind of like rom-com, like fictional, like dystopian kind of movies. I don't remember what
Fictional dystopian? No. Let's not. That's not what Vampire Diaries is. We're not going to get into what it is, but it's not that.
episode we were on. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember I just remember watching Vampires.
15 months, Layla. I just saw that. That's a long time. Thank you for being here.
I don't remember what episode it was, what we saw. Like,
Do the vampires rescue girls?
kind of. I guess you kind of have to, like, I guess I would look it up to understand it more.
No, the only reason I'm asking is could that seed have been planted in your mind from a movie you had just been watching? When you went to sleep?
I guess it could have. I mean, it is vampire. Like, I guess I don't know, but I mean, it's like vampires. One of the vampires is always dressed in like a black clothes suit, black pants. So like that
Damon.
could have been. I don't know.
And technically, they both are always in like a lot of black. I mean, Stefan maybe mixes it up a little bit. Damon definitely is always in all black, so she's not wrong. But there's multiple characters in those shows that dress in all black. Some of them come and go. Some of them are permanent. Human, vampire, werewolf, doesn't matter. Most of them all wear dark clothes. It could have been any number of characters that made that statement.
When you were jolted awake or when you became aware, is that normal for you? Do you wake up under those circumstances or do you wake up naturally?
Well, I have like a lot of times like my mom will come in and I like gasp because I get freaked out a lot, like really easily. But the fact that I jumped up so fast,
I gasp. I freak out so much. Amazing.
and locked my door like as fast as I did, not normal at all. I don't know, like something just came over me. It was like, get up, lock your door.
So something in your mind was processing. But
Yeah.
You don't know what it was.
I don't know what it was at all. I have no idea.
When that first happened, was Murphy barking?
I think so. I don't know for sure. I think I heard barking, but again, I don't know for sure. It could have been my mind, just like, I don't know.
When you opened the door the first time to look up and down the hallway and up the stairs, was Murphy barking?
No. Well, I guess I shouldn't say no. I don't know for sure, but from what
Do you
I
remember Murphy?
See,
If Murphy was-
she literally always just answers the question and then backtracks instantly. Oh, people that do this are the worst people because you know they're always lying because they're constantly just whatever their lying little brain comes up with, they just pop it out and then they don't really like how it sounds, so they got to instantly backtrack. She's done that like 15,000 times.
I don't think so. I think he was only barking when Kitty said something, and then I think he left the house. Like I like, you know when sounds get more distant and you can hear them getting more distant. That's what I thought I heard, and I think he went out of the house, like out.
See, I agree with that. Some people think that he was just out on the balcony that like comes out from Kaylee's room, which is possible. It is possible because it is pretty long and it does go back and forth, where if he was running on that, you would definitely notice a difference in like the depth of his voice from the 11-12 camera. He just sounds so far away at times and then so close to the 11-12 camera that I really feel like he was outside and not just on the balcony. And I could be wrong, but that's how it sounds to me.
The back door, which means that back door, I think it would have been open.
Is he a very skittish dog?
I mean, he's a puppy. I don't know if I would say skittish. I mean,
But is he really a puppy? Like, was he really a puppy? Because Kaylee and Jack got him while they were still together. I don't know how long before this, but I don't know if he was still considered like a puppy. Was he? Like, I know that he's like, you know, timid little doggy, but was he technically a puppy? They had him for a minute before they broke up. I'll have to go back and look at that and see how old he actually was at the time this happened.
Easy to scare.
I don't think so. I don't really know for sure. I mean, I only like I met him in August, so I wouldn't like know a ton. I guess you could say. I mean, he's still like a
So
puppy
I
in
have
a
to
way.
go back because we recorded this.
Yeah.
When you say he left the house, you're talking about the dog. not
The dog,
not
Murphy.
the subject that was in
From
the house.
what I thought and from how I could hear him barking, I thought he had left the house.
And was that the second time or the first time? Was the
First
second
time.
time when you opened your door?
The first time was when I thought, I guess, When I opened the door, I think, like, I just looked around. I didn't hear any barking. Then I closed the door, and I think that's when I could tell Murphy was barking, like, out, like, leaving, I guess. I don't really understand.
Sounding
it.
like he was getting farther away.
Things are just almost, like, misplaced, I guess. Like,
Because you've been through a lot.
yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Like, none of it makes sense at all. Like, I feel like there's pieces missing that I don't understand why.
Could be the alcohol as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So after the crying and the guy's voice, I shut the door again. I locked it. I kept opening and locking it.
Did you continue to call?
I don't know. So like I can see I called Kaylee at 4:27 a.m. and then I called Xana at 4:28. So I don't know when those calls are between opening and locking the door from those 3 times, because I think I opened the door 3 times and then shut it 3 times. So I don't know when those calls are between. I thought maybe I called back the first or second time, but again, I don't know. It could be before I even opened the door. I just don't know.
Processing.
No one's accepting anything. You could hear it on the camera. You can hear it on the camera. His voice going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I'm accepting the evidence on the camera. That's what I'm accepting.
Any danger?
No, it was just like, I mean, obviously I was scared because I was like, why is there someone in the house? But like when I thought about it, I was just like, I mean, we have parties here a lot. People come in and out all the time. It's normal for people to come in like with other people.
This is a dumbass comment because there was no party happening that night. Everyone, according to her, were doing their own thing in their own bedrooms at this point, and the night was done. So the fact that she's bringing that up into it as a reason for why she didn't do anything is null and void. There wasn't anything happening in that house. Now, if there would have been a party going on and she wouldn't have been like entertaining the party and she'd have just been in her room, blah, 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 whatever, maybe, but that wasn't the case here. You cannot use that. You cannot use that on a night where y'all weren't entertaining anything. Y'all had all collectively come back apparently and were doing y'all's own thing. But they're going to keep accepting this from her. It's very obvious because we just heard the chick cop. I always end up regretting when I give somebody kudos for something because they pretty much instantly like will do something dumb. She's instantly like, oh, maybe it's the alcohol. The little 5% wine cooler things that she drank. Are you for real? No, it's not the alcohol. Like, we really going to do this right now? I guess they did because look where everything ended up. She didn't get nobody really looking at her to make sense of anything. They just accepted all the inconsistencies. They just accepted all the flip-flop fishy bullshit and never gave a damn to try to like make her clarify anything. How did they not? What they should have actually done is like drug tested them and like alcohol tested them. Like as soon as this happened, her and Bethany, they should have been tested. This is wild.
That's not weird, but I mean, I just didn't understand like what was going on. Like it didn't make sense to me at all. Like I never would have thought, oh, like intruder, murderer, like that never crossed my mind once. That's what I don't understand.
So
she watches so much Criminal Minds that it freaks her out, but she would have never once thought that it was an intruder. See the flip-flop? The flip-flop? Come on.
I want to tell you, from the first time I heard the story, the perspective I had, not your story, but hearing it from the detective sergeant, I thought, this is why it's important, that the offender was talking to you.
No.
That you're going to be okay.
No.
It was directed at the person crying in the bathroom.
Sorry if that got mixed up, but like...
No, you're not.
Yeah.
This is why it's important. Who do you think that person was talking to?
I think it was Kaylee, and I think
they did
the guy was talking to Kaylee in what I think was the bathroom.
Think.
But do you see my perspective?
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Then that means he knows you, and he wants to protect you. And that would be important for his investigation.
That makes more sense. So obviously I looked where that second...
So that's where that shit came from. It was some random ass comment that this cop said about how, oh, we just want to make sure that the person wasn't saying that directly to you because that would mean that they wanted to protect you. I mean, it was given a different... It had a different tone in the report. But here I'm hearing it like coming straight from the cop, making it weird. Yeah, that just made it weird. It does change it. It changes the tone of the report.
Time. I don't remember I don't know who I called before, after, whatever.
It's on your phone though?
Yeah, it's on my phone. And
So did you ever call anyone outside the house?
no, it didn't even cross my mind. I was just calling my roommates. You know, that's like my closest friends who I trust. I
You do
called
all the
Ethan at
time.
one point. I mean, let me go on Snapchat. I don't know if it's still there or not.
If it is, can you take a screenshot of it so we don't
Yes.
lose it? And nobody's answering the phone. What about?
She answered the phone.
And what'd you say?
I don't remember what I called her. I don't know at all. And I have the text, but I just remember her saying something about fireworks. That's firecracker. Fireworks. That's all I remember. I don't remember what I said to her. It just says Sunday. Ethan couldn't talk. I mean, do you want me to screenshot it still?
Yeah.
Timeline.
There's
in
no
our
time.
world that own the
There's no
timeline.
time on it. I don't really know why.
Was
But
that through Snapchat?
yeah, that was through Snapchat.
There's no time on the actual Snapchat thread itself. I don't use Snapchat. I have no freaking idea how it works. But for there to be no timestamps is weird.
Number, but the reason I called Ethan is because like Ethan's the one that we trusted. It was like if Ethan said that we're safe, because me and are always freaked out at that house. Like someone's gonna. I don't know. Me and are always kind of freaked out by that stuff.
We're always freaked out at that house that someone's gonna come in. Someone comes in and she don't do shit. How do the cops just let this chick walk out of this interview? Man. She can't keep her story straight to save her life. This is insane.
And we would hear Ethan and be like, "Okay, Ethan's here. Like we're safe. It doesn't matter." You know,
Right?
He's 6 foot.
They're always freaking out that someone's going to come in, but nothing happens in Moscow. What is this? This is insane. God
Big
damn.
guy. Like we're safe. That's why I called him. But he obviously didn't answer, and I thought maybe he was still at or he was at home. I don't know.
What, do you think that was somewhere between 4:20 and 4:27?
I have no clue.
Okay.
I don't have any memory, really. So obviously after I heard, what I think I heard was crying in the bathroom and that guy talking to Kaylee, I opened the door again, and
Is that the third time?
yes, this is the third time, and I don't know how I knew it was someone, because from my mind, it's like I was once wearing these like blurry glasses, like it's so fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure of someone wearing all black, and it was like
Off of White Claws and a couple sips of a Borg from 3.5 hours earlier. Lie somewhere else. Lie somewhere else. The more that she gets into these descriptions, the more I'm just like, if they were in a room together, if she and her lawyer were in a room together, her lawyer would definitely be like kicking her in the foot. Like a lot. Because the stupid shit she says. Oh my God.
had this ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth. But I could see that all I remember was seeing their eyebrows.
See, you're a
And
liar!
I remember their eyes looked like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color of the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think.
I hate her. And that's a strong word, but I'm going to say it because you literally just said 4 days before this, no, with no hesitation on the eyebrows. Now, all of a sudden, y'all want to emphasize some eyebrows. For what? Why are we flip-flopping? Miss, I don't remember anything and everything was so fuzzy, but oh my God, them eyebrows that I didn't see the first time. If I was this child's parents, I'd be embarrassed. Are you embarrassed, Mr. Mortensen? You should be.
About. And he was holding this item. I kept calling it a mini vacuum, which makes absolutely no sense. Why would he hold a mini vacuum like that? I just remember thinking that.
I mean, you think he was a male?
Yes, because of the voice I heard. I don't think it was female at all. And from what I remember, he was like, from looking at him, was like the figure of what I saw was about my height, maybe a few inches taller. That's how I knew. And when I got interviewed the first or second time.
But remember, whenever she was talking to Noons outside the house and her little bare feetsies, she's saying taller or shorter, I don't know. And he led with, so maybe 6 foot. Instantly, they led her story on the description of the person. Just like that, within the first few minutes.
Like, what was his shape? And I remember saying, like, from that moment of seeing him, I think he was like he wasn't like muscular, but he wasn't like super skinny. So it was like it was like skinny toned, like that basketball kind of type, like the skinny but toned.
How tall?
I think around my height, maybe a few inches taller.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10", so I think it could have been around 5'10" to 6 foot, somewhere around there.
Where is he at in the house when you first encounter him?
So my room, let's like say it's right here. There's this little wall right here that's like this. So this side, kitchen, other side's living room. I think he was walking past my door and like saw me. I mean, he had to know if it is like, if I did see this, if it's all is real and it's not like imagination dream, like.
If it's real, if it's not all an imagination dream, she has to say that every 30 seconds. We get it. We get it.
If it is real, let's just like say that it is for somehow. He had to have heard me call for Kaylee and Xana when I heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom, from what I think I heard.
How many feet away is he from you?
I would say about 3 feet from what I remembered. Again, that could.
There's like 15 to 20 feet in between her door and the slider. And she goes back and forth from this story right here, because this is what we originally heard, guys. We originally heard that the person walked right in front of her door within like an arm's length of her, was the original story. And then whenever the report started coming out, she's talking about how she saw the person walking out the back slider, which is impossible unless she physically takes like 5 or 6 steps forward. Maybe 4. Either way, like both stories that she's telling, they don't work. Because if he's 3 feet away from her and she's done yelled everybody's names, obviously the person would be very well aware that Dylan is very well aware of something shady going on. So why would you leave a witness alive and breathing like that? Not to say that I wanted something to happen, but logically I'm trying to understand. But then to also say he went out the slider and that's never you saw him. No. And I'm not going to pull the picture back up, but we've already looked at it. They have a photo. Somebody is literally standing in the threshold of Dylan's door, and the photo is taken this way, and you cannot see the slider. You can't even see the slider to begin, and the door opens from the opposite way. So it's like all the kitchen stuff, the microwave, the sink, the dishwasher, the stove, and then it stops. You can't even see the edging of where the slider even starts. And again, it opens the opposite direction. There's no way. Logistically, both ways don't work.
Being off, because I was obviously probably still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully.
You never went to sleep. Stop freaking lying.
But I remember, like, what I think I remember was, like, this item, and it was, like, what I explained was, like, it looked like this, like, cylinder little thing that was skinny like this, like, about this long, and then it went, like, a triangle almost at the end. And I remember one of the cops saying, like a bow or something. I can't remember something about that. And it was like the bow and arrow kind of stuff.
Where was it at when he was holding it? Where was?
I don't know. It was. I think it was lower, or it could have been higher. But like.
But it's in his hands.
Yeah, but when I remembered it, it was like when I saw him, I thought firefighter. Like, because what said firecracker, so I was like, okay, firefighter. Like maybe he's like holding it to take out the fire. But when I thought about this, fire didn't even like occur to me like it's a bad thing. Like I never thought, oh, fire, we have to get out. That didn't occur to me at all. I just thought firefighter, like he's gonna help us, and it wasn't like oh, there's an intruder, like this is bad. Like it didn't ever occur to me. And I don't know why. And I know he looked at me because I could see his eyebrows. I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how, but I just remember him like. What I think I saw was he was walking out and he saw me, but just kept walking. Like he didn't stop. He didn't like say anything to me. And I just remember saying, no, and I slammed the door and locked it. And that was, like, all I remember.
No. Slam the door and lock it because, oh, my God, my worst fear of somebody coming in has finally happened. And my dumb ass just going to lock the door and sit there. This is difficult. And I've known that this is dumb from, like, forever now. This is difficult. This is difficult. This is crazy.
And I don't know if he actually went out the back door. That's what I think happened.
So is that the sliding door?
That's that sliding door. I don't know for sure. That's just what I think I saw in my mind. I'll text.
What did you do? So maybe there's something on your phone that you did immediately afterwards in relation to what you saw.
I'm looking at text between me and real quick.
Did he not say anything to you?
From what I remember, nothing at all.
Do you know how far you opened the door?
I don't even remember the third time. I don't know if you could see my whole body. I don't know if you could just see my head. I don't remember at all. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the text between me and... I think it will help.
Bethany.
Okay, so at 4:22, I said no one's answering. I'm really confused. She goes, yeah, dude, what the fuck? Xana was wearing all black. I don't remember how all black came up, and I think I might have called her and said there's someone wearing, I don't know. Then at 5:23, I said I'm freaking out. It was like a ski mask almost.
5:23?
4:23, sorry, the time change.
Freaking
and
out.
She was like,
no cops.
like, actually, and I said, like, he had something over his head and mouth. I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. And you can tell I'm obviously freaked out and drunk because, like, the spelling is off. Like, I spelled something.
So she's going to use the fact that she accidentally put the R in that word that everyone was, like, trying to figure out if it was scared or screwed or whatever. She's going to blame that on being drunk. People do that without any sort of substances. You know, fat finger and stuff happens constantly. So, no, we're not going to sit there and say that your little, like, typo had anything to do with your wine coolers from 3.5 hours before this. We're not going to do that.
Something with a B and an F, and when I said and, I just put ND, and I spelled wrong. I spelled I wrong. And then I said, my phone is going to die, fuck. And then she said, come to my room and run.
I spelled I wrong? How the freaking hell do you spell I wrong? You know what? I'm not even going to try to figure out what the hell she's talking about.
Down here. That was at 4:23. I said, I'm scared with no A, a capital R. I'm going to guess you guys have these texts because it's on text message. And she says,
feel safe to leave your room?
I don't know, but I did. I don't know why I did. Like, it just didn't occur to me that anything was wrong. But obviously, yeah, I was...
Bethany's downstairs?
Downstairs, so 1 floor down. She goes, at 4:25, she goes, yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone. So I opened the door for a second, and I just sprinted. And I don't know why. I feel like it was stupid of me to open the door. Like, I don't know why I did that, but I didn't see anyone. I mean, I was scared, but I wasn't like... It wasn't like anything was wrong. I was just, like, freaked out that someone was in the house, but it wasn't like, oh, this is bad. Like, you know, like, I just didn't think about that. And I literally told her, I don't know if this is real or not. Like, I don't know if my mind's playing with me. I don't know if this is, like, a dream of some sort. So, from what I remember is this is now the 4th time opening the door. I go outside, I sprint. I think I sprinted again. It could have been just, like, running, and I think I'm sprinting. I don't know.
It could have been, like, running, but I think I'm sprinting. But, like, I don't know. Are we for real going to do the technical definitions of the two right now? You know, I can imagine she gave her parents a lot of hell as a teenager. A tween. I can just imagine.
I see Xana in a room, and she's, like, on the floor, and I'm like, okay, she's just, like, drunk and passed out like that. Maybe she just drank way too much tonight. She'll be fine in the morning. Like, she's with Ethan, from what I think.
She's so drunk, she's passed out. It's fine. I'm just going to let her OD on the floor. While I'm freaking out so much that I have to go to somebody else's room because I don't want to be alone because, oh my God, I just saw somebody in the house and I'm hearing people doing like things and I'm screaming people's names and Xana's just on the floor and I'm just going to let her die. I'm just going to let her lay there and OD on alcohol and I'm just not going to do nothing about it because she'll wake up. She's going to say repeatedly, just like she always has it, she thought Xana drank too much. You were just going to leave her there. Regardless of the situation, you can make it as innocent and, oh, she had nothing to do with anything. And, oh, there's no cleanup and all these other things. It's all crazy. Regardless, your little princess here is going to leave somebody to die. She's a horrible human. in the lightest sense. I cannot stand people that take up for this chick. Disgusting. Raised a disgusting way. And how much was the GoFundMe? $115K to be a loser, to be a shitty friend, and to be a liar. Amazing. Amazing. Freaking amazing.
I didn't see Ethan. I just saw the door open. From what I remember, I think this is what happened. I remember her just on the floor, and I don't think she had any pants on except for underwear. And I was like, oh, like she.
You don't see the blood all over her? You can see, oh my God, I didn't know this part. You can see that she has no freaking pants on, and she's just in her underwear, and you don't see the blood? You are a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. If nothing else concreted that this asshole is lying, it was that. You cannot see well enough down the hallway to see that she has no pants on and don't see all of the blood covering her. There's no way. See, I thought the whole time it was like she just saw the fact that Xana was on the floor and that she couldn't really tell anything else because maybe it was just a little bit dark down the hall. Even with the little light on in the hall, you couldn't really tell too much. It's more like profiles and silhouettes. Chick just said she could see that she had no pants on. There's no way. There's no way you didn't see all of that. Because if you're looking down the hallway at Xana's room, like you can see the nightstand and stuff. Like you can see... Bro, she's so full of shit. I cannot believe this.
That was normal for her to like just wear underwear around the house because we were all so comfortable with each other. That was not weird at all. So I thought nothing of it. I was just like, okay, it's fine. And I was almost too.
Are they not going to ask her? Okay, so you saw her in her underwear. You didn't notice that her legs were covered in red stuff. They're not going to ask that question.
To go look into her room because I was like,
it's making me angry.
I don't know if there's a guy here or not. I don't know if someone's here or not. Like I have no clue. I don't know if like my mind's freaking out or not. All I knew was that I was awake. She had been calling me. I needed to go down to her because we could be together.
But you saw Xana on your way by.
Yeah. So when you go, from my room to get to the room, you have to go past the living room. To pass the living room, you look like, so here's my room. I'm coming out this way. I walk down into the living room. I look
past the table. Let's remember that. Past the table.
To my left. That is where Xana's room is. Like down this little hallway.
Was lights on or anything?
There were lights on. I think so. I don't know for sure.
Did y'all just hear that power tool? I took this from the damn Zen 2 drop down and popped it in here, 100 to 200 for the volume, and then download. I didn't do nothing. Who the frick is with the power tools? What the hell?
Again, but I think so because I was able to see her.
In her room, the lights are on?
Yeah, and I don't know if the bathroom lights are on. I can't remember.
Someone is using a circular saw to cut wood. Sounds like 2x4s. What is happening?
I think they were, but again, I don't know. Like everything's kind of wish-washy. I can't remember.
Is Xana saying anything?
No, I thought she was just passed out on the floor. Like I thought she was just taking a nap. Like it happens. Like you get too drunk, you just like the floor feels fine. Like sometimes when we're all kind of drunk, we're just like, okay, I just want to fall asleep on the floor. Like it just feels fine, you know.
Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. If the floor is your preferred place when you're drunk, by choice, that you just say, floor feels fine. And you just choose to lay there instead of 2 feet away in the bed with your boyfriend. I mean, I don't really quite comprehend that one. You saw her with no pants on. There's no way that you did not see the fact that her little skin-colored legs were covered in red stuff. There is one. You can hear somebody like weed eating, or maybe it's a chainsaw in the body cams from 11/13. That's true. That's true.
At no point after you encountered the man, did you think that there's something about Xana that isn't normal? You never thought that?
Yeah, I never thought anything was wrong. Like, I thought she had just like fallen asleep. I never thought she drank, like she was unconscious. I didn't even think that at all. I didn't think anything was wrong.
Didn't she just say, oh, she just drank too much, she's passed it on the floor? You just contradicted your dumbass self again. You really showing your hair color, girl. Come on. Too much bleach to the brain? What is happening? I'm really trying to just like not, like, I know y'all can see that I'm getting mad. Like, I've been mad for a minute, but I'm really just trying not to blow my gasket right now. Like, what? How is this legitimately the way that this investigation has gone? This is disgusting. Unbelievable.
At all. So then I stopped for a second, look at her, like, okay, she's fine. Like, she's just asleep. Like,
Is her bedroom light on?
I think so. Again, I don't know for sure. Everything's...
Bro, there's no way the light was on and you didn't see blood everywhere. Even with the damn pictures being redacted, you can see on the floor the dark spots, the stuff on the bed. You can see the nightstand. Are we for real? You're telling me that Xana had 50 different stab wounds, right? Was it 50? No, she had a bunch. She had the most. I'm pretty sure hers was 50. There's no way the light was on. She had 50 stab wounds from the top, the literal top of her head, guys. It said there was an injury to the top of her head. All the way down to the bottom of her right calf. That's right above where your ankle and your Achilles tendon is. There's no way that light is on and your dumbass is not seeing blood everywhere. I mean, they must really think we're dumb to not know how reality works. Bro.
How far is Xana from you when you first see her? What's the distance?
I guess if, like, I'm right here, it's, like, behind that window from where I am. Like, it's pretty long hallway, I would say.
Nah, not long enough for you to not be able to see stuff. No, ma'am.
Is her bedroom at the end of the hallway?
Yes, at the very end of the hallway, and like, I couldn't see much. I guess like I could just see her. I could see the top of her head because obviously her head is a lot higher than everything else, and I could see her legs a little bit, and that was it. I didn't.
What the freaking hell did she just say? She wasn't laying like that. From what we're understanding, her feet were towards the door, right? And her head was the other direction. Yeah, that sounds like it's not normal the way. That's not what we heard. Like, why would you say that? And then to say her head is up higher than the rest of her body? I'm sorry? What the frack does that mean? We're going to backtrack a second. The hell's happening?
If like I'm right here, it's like behind that window from where I am. Like it's pretty long hallway, I would say.
Is her bedroom at the end of the hallway?
Yes, at the very end of the hallway, and like I couldn't see much. I guess like I could just see her. I could see the top of her head because obviously her head is a lot higher than everything else, and I could see her legs a little bit, and that was it. I didn't see anything else. I didn't see anything wrong. Like, it just looked like a room. Like, yeah, she was drunk, probably messed it up a little bit. It didn't look, from what I think.
She just admitted she looked inside the whole room. She just admitted she looked inside the whole room. Probably messed up a little bit because she was drunk. I didn't see anything. She just admitted she looked inside the whole room.
Behind that window from where I am. Like, it's pretty long hallway, I would say.
Is her bedroom at the end of the hallway?
Yes, at the very end of the hallway, and like I couldn't see much. I guess like I could just see her. I could see the top of her head because obviously her head is a lot higher than everything else, and I could see her legs a little bit, and that was it. I didn't see anything else. I didn't see anything wrong. Like it just looked like a room. Like yeah, she was drunk, probably messed it up a little bit. It didn't look, from what I think I saw, it didn't look super messy at all. Like, it just looked like there was a few clothes. You know, that's normal for all college girls. Like, it's normal.
Oh, her room just had a couple little clothes sprinkled everywhere. You know, normal college room. She's admitting that she looked inside the room. You don't see enough to be able to describe the clothes on the damn floor if you're running because you're so freaking scared shitless that you're trying to get downstairs. Normally, one wouldn't even think to look that way. You'd be focusing on not falling down the stairs to your death. So she's saying the light was on. She saw Xana on the floor. Tell me how the hell you saw the top of her head first. Is this not like... Did she go in there and flip her around? Because how are you seeing the top of her head first? This whole thing makes no sense. This is so stupid. This is horrible. Oh my God. She walked in that room. I bet she walked all up in that room.
Behind that window from where I am. Like, it's pretty long hallway, I would say.
Is her bedroom at the end of the hallway?
Yes, the very end of the hallway. And like, I couldn't see much. I guess like I could just see her. I could see the top of her head.
I didn't see much, but I knew that she had clothes on the floor, that her light was on, that she was in freaking undies, but I couldn't see much. I just don't know how much more of this that I can deal with, you know? This is insane.
Because obviously her head is a lot higher than everything else, and I could see her legs a little bit. And that was it. I didn't see anything else. I didn't see anything wrong. Like, it just looked like a room. Like, yeah, she was drunk, probably messed it up a little bit. It didn't look, from what I think I saw, it didn't look super messy at all. Like, it just looked like there was a few clothes.
God.
You know, that's normal for all college girls. Like, it's normal.
It's just so normal,
So this
you know?
distance you're talking about,
I'm friends
would
with
you
Bill
have been able to see
Thompson.
her for,
That's
like,
the
spring?
vibe.
Probably not.
So some light had to have been on.
I think so. That's what I'm thinking.
Do you guys have night lights in your
No.
house?
I don't, I
So
mean,
nothing
I
would be lighting
don't.
a wall?
Oh, Scaredy
I mean,
Cat
we
don't have a
have
nightlight?
this- Well, I guess I shouldn't say that because we have like little twinkle lights that go around. Like,
Decorative?
yeah. So I guess that could have been it. Maybe there was just decorative lights and that's how I saw Xana. I don't know. And we have this little Scentsy thing. I don't know if it's on. We're pretty good at turning it on and off, so it's not like going on through all night, but it does have
No,
a
you're
light.
not.
I don't know if that was on.
Where's the Scentsy light on normally? Where is it located? I'm sorry.
So from my room, you first walk into the living room. There's like, so there's like, let's say this is the door to the living room. Right to your left is this bar cart with like some alcohol and like some decorative stuff. Right to your right, there's this little table that has drawers, and that's where the little Scentsy thing is. And then the couch.
Would you have been able to see Xana with that light from the living room? All the
I
way down
don't
the
think
hallway?
so. I don't think
This
so.
is important because in our world, for an offender to leave lights on a house, you increase the risk of identification. They would rather the lights not be on. So it's important that we get this straight.
I mean, I think Xana's lights were on.
There's
can't
no way
remember.
you could have seen her otherwise, though, correct?
Yeah,
there's
I
no
think
way.
So.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to plant a seed in
Yeah,
your
I
head.
know.
But
But
think
like,
about where you're at when you see her. If all the lights are off, you wouldn't have been able to see her normally?
well, I mean, we have so many twinkle lights, so I might be able to. I have no clue. I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't remember.
No, that's again. I'm not
Yeah.
suggesting you should tell me something you do not know.
Yeah, I don't know if her lights were on or not. I have no clue at all.
But you could see her.
I could see her. I know that I could see her.
In her
which way
messy
is she
room.
facing? Which way is her head facing?
So like, let's say like that couch is the back of her wall. That's where her head is, and her legs are towards like forward towards me.
And then what is she wearing?
I don't know.
Okay,
for
so
sure.
she just described her the way that we've already been told that she was laying, with her feet towards the door and then laying out on her back. So how the hell can you sit there and say that you saw her head before you saw her legs if her legs are what visually your eyes would catch first? I mean, this is wild. I did not realize how many discrepancies were going to be in this. This is insane. Like, wow. People should like write theses on this shit. This is wild.
I can just see her wearing underwear, and that was normal. Like, she was really comfortable with us. She would wear just underwear around the house, and that was fine.
Did you call out her name?
No, I don't think so. I think
She said she did
I
earlier.
I thought she maybe was just asleep, so I don't want to wake her up.
You said
And then
earlier
I,
you did, though.
Like, ran down the back. She could hear me walking down, so she opened up the door. So I didn't have
Walking
to
down.
unlock it.
She could hear me walking down. So did you run because you were freaking the frick out, or did you walk nonchalantly after seeing your friend covered in blood? Like, because which one? Come on. What?
And I just locked the door. And I was like, I don't remember what we talked about at all. I don't know if she does. I have no clue what we talked about. I just remember us being scared a little bit, but like, we didn't think anything was wrong at all. We thought, okay, maybe someone's just passing through. Like, maybe we just like...
Maybe someone's just passing through. Maybe some random weirdo dressed in all black and not talking to me and carrying some weird shit is just walking through my house all nonchalant and it's fine. I don't understand. The logic is wild. Welcome, Chucky. Welcome to trying to figure out this shit. What is happening? Oh my God.
The house will make a lot of noises
every
too, because I
time.
think it is an older house. And
not just the over explanation, but also constantly having to remind them, but I don't know if it's real. I don't know if it's real or not, or if my mind was just playing tricks on me. She said that like 25,000 times. This would be an interview that would do nothing but throw red flags if this was any other situation. This is crazy.
Like, I'd be at night hearing just like, like the cracking noises when houses make when they're older.
Settling.
Yeah, that would happen quite often. And so we were kind of used to that. And we just didn't know. And she just said something about a light in her room, like a firecracker or a firework. I don't fully remember. And it just was kind of weird. And I was like, what? I don't remember if I talked to her about the guy. I don't remember if I talked to her about what I saw or what I heard. I have no clue. I just remember like we fell asleep pretty fast in our bed.
No, you
We
didn't.
didn't think anything was wrong.
No, you didn't. Your phone told on you.
You were running at first, and at what point did you stop running and she heard you walk to her room? You said at first you were running, and you must have felt comfortable.
Actually, she said she didn't know if she was running or sprinting. That's what she said.
At some point.
Well, I guess I was running. So when I got out, I stopped and looked at Xana for a second. This is what I think happened. Then I ran down the stairs. I kept running. I don't think I was walking at all. I think I kept running until I got to her door.
So it's important that it's not what you think, it's what you know.
I don't know any of this. Okay. I don't know at all. This is all from what I think.
She knows perfectly. She knows every detail. The fact that this is how this interview went perfectly makes me understand just how much she really does know. This is gross.
Because I can't.
This makes me want to throw up even more when I think about her bullshit in court. Remember when I lost my shit because as soon as she said something about being able to breathe, she took in the biggest breath ever right on cue. This is disgusting. This is a dangerous person. This person right here, over here, this one, this person. Am I touching her face? That one. That's a dangerous human. Dangerous. She will be known for something before she dies, I promise you. We will hear of Dylan Mortensen again. It's going to be something with a husband or a partner, but it's going to be something, I promise you. Mark today, 8:47 p.m. Central Time, 11/10/2025. I'm telling you right now, this is a dangerous person.
I don't know what is real and I'm just like, my mind's waking up. So I don't know at all.
So of the things we've been writing, are most of it what you believe and you remember happened, or you're thinking what happened?
This is all what I remember, but I don't know if anything of it is real. I don't know. I can't differentiate if anything is real or if anything is a dream. Or if it's just like imagination. I have no clue, and I've been trying to figure that out like the past 2 days. Like what is real? I don't know at all. That's what it's just like. It's frustrating because I'm just like, I want to know, and I keep thinking about it, but I can't tell the difference anymore. Like I don't know it's just all like mixing together. And there's pieces that just don't make sense. Everything of it just doesn't make sense. So none of this I can say I know for sure. None of it I can say I know for a fact that happened, because I don't.
But you know some things that are factual because you have a timestamp on your phone.
Yes, the stuff on my phone, that is factual. Everything else, no.
But you remember watching the movies, eating
I remember
popcorn,
before everything, like from when me, Kaylee, Maddie, and Bethany were in Kaylee's room, all of that beforehand, I remember that because I remember exactly that, like all of that I remember. Again, like, I don't remember what episode of the Vampire Diaries we were watching, but I know it was Vampire Diaries because I remember putting it on.
You don't remember got home? You don't remember the time?
I don't remember. I think I went to bed before. I think I went to my room before she left. That I have no clue about. I don't know when she left. I don't know where she went. I don't know. I think someone told me that she walked home. I don't know exactly who.
Now, the story with that one is that she's claiming, the girl that left is claiming that she didn't see Maddie and Kaylee when she was walking home. Like, she didn't notice the car getting up there, the girls getting out the car, none of the things. So we have to take that into consideration with the timestamp, because they apparently got home at 1:56. And this girl is claiming to have left, or at least in the report, it's alluding that she's claiming to have left around like 15-ish minutes or so before 2 or something like that. Like, there's like a very short time frame that she would have just missed them if she would have left at the time that they're alluding to, based on how far it was for her to get home and what time she thought she got home. It would have been maybe like 5 to 10 minutes. So the stuff with the other girl that was there is important because it'll help clarify a bigger timeline. But unless they incorporate what they know from her phone into this interview, then again, it's just Dylan pretending like she don't know shit about shit.
I don't know when to her room. I don't know if she's sitting on the couch. I have no clue at all. That stuff I don't know about because I think I was in my room before that.
Do you think that you opening the door three times is part of what you're trying to piece together, or it actually happened?
I think it's what I'm trying to piece together. I don't know for sure if it fully happened. Like, it's just like I don't know if my mind's like making up stuff like at that moment when everything was happening. I don't know if my mind was trying to make stuff up so that I can remember it. Like, I just don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
There's like knocking on doors and vacuums and tools. Like, what is happening in the background? Somebody's getting like a remodel done. Like, it's been constant.
I don't know how to fully explain it, I guess.
Well, what's important for the detective sergeant and myself is that you're not telling us something that's not true.
Yeah, I know.
That's the most important thing here. The fact you can't remember, I understand that you're traumatized, but that you're not intentionally telling us
I
things.
know.
Okay,
but this is like, this is all stuff that this is what I remember from that night. Again, it's something I don't know if it was real or what happened, but this is what I remembered. Some of it could be real, some of it could be not, I don't know. This is what I think I remembered.
So watching you, and I've done hundreds of interviews and so as the detective sergeant, I believe you're recalling some things from memory. The dog barking isn't something you can make up. It's not something you
Yes, it is.
Either the dog was barking or the dog was...
I mean, you can make it up, ma'am. You can. The only difference here is that it's on camera that the dog is barking. So yeah, you can. We just have proof this time.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the things we hear is different than the things we think we saw.
Yeah.
What we hear is something awakened you. Some noise, and then you heard crying.
Yeah.
That, you heard that.
Yes.
You're not filling something in. Something brought you out of sleep.
Yeah.
And it's probably what you're suggesting is that you heard somebody crying. You don't know if it was Kaylee. We're not certain because you don't know that, right?
Yeah.
You know somebody was crying. Was it a woman?
In that direction.
Yeah, it was a woman. I know that.
And
It
were
was
they
probably
saying
Xana.
anything?
No, they were
In
just
her room.
crying.
Was it unusual for your roommates to cry?
See, that almost does make it seem as if, like, if the person had already left and there's crying come from that direction, that Xana would have been, like, alive. Is how that sounds. Like, the person would have already left. Whoever did this is gone. And that's all you're hearing at this point is crying. Constant crying. If all of this really just took place in, like, a handful of minutes, like her hearing the crying and her walking out, or at least in her version of this, and then walking out of the room and leaving and then seeing Xana and blah, blah, blah. Like, there's no way that at that point Xana might have not been, like, fighting. I feel like that's possible. I think my son opened his door. Give me 1 second.
I mean, I feel like all this, like, I wouldn't cry in front of my friends. I'd cry in my room. I I guess I wouldn't really cry in front of my roommates. Like, we were comfortable enough, but if there's like my own situation going on, I wouldn't. I guess I don't know.
What the crying sound like?
Just like,
Do you ever cry when you're frustrated?
yeah,
Do you ever cry when you're hurt?
yes,
Do you ever cry when you're scared?
yeah, and I don't know which one it was. I don't know at all.
You just heard crying.
I just heard crying. I can't process what kind of crying it was.
So I have learned through interviews, and the detective sergeant knows this, and so there's what you hear is not necessarily distorted, but what we see can be from trauma, right? But what we hear is distinct, right?
Yeah.
What I hear, what I smell, that's unique. So
Is she trying to allude to like the mind can't play tricks on you with sound, but it can only with visuals? That's not true. That's not true. I don't know why she would say that to her.
what you heard is as important as what you saw to me.
Yeah.
We always ask this, did you smell anything unusual?
No. Didn't smell anything.
Cologne, anything like
Nothing.
that? Perfume.
4 bodies full of blood, urination, feces, all the things that come out after you die times 4. None of that, Dylan. None of that. Amazing. I don't understand it. I just don't understand it.
Nothing.
What you thought you saw when you saw the figure in the hallway,
Yeah.
3 feet from you, you thought it was a male.
Yes.
And you thought he was holding something, but at the time, your view of it was it could have been a vacuum cleaner.
A mini vacuum. Yeah.
And what was around the person's waist?
I don't know. I don't think I looked at that. I just remember all black clothes.
Oh, I thought you said you saw a triangle. What was in the
No,
triangle?
that was from what he was holding.
Okay. So can you describe that again for me?
It was like cylinder like this. I guess like about that long, and then it went out and in like a triangle.
I wish they had the video because then we could see her hands. I know that she sort of does a little bit of something in the other one with Mallory, but this is again, she's flip-flopping. She's saying all kinds of different shit than she did on the 13th. So the way that she would also do this might be different too. So I would have liked to have seen it.
And how was it? How was the person holding it?
I don't know. I have no clue. I can't remember that. I just remember seeing it, and I don't remember if he had one hand on it, 2 hands. I have no clue. I don't know. I don't remember how he was holding it exactly.
Were there lights on in the hallway?
I don't know. I can't remember at all.
Okay, let's go back a second. Would there normally be lights on in the hallway? Do you leave the lights on for your roommates if they decide to stay out late out of consideration since they are your roommates?
I mean, knowing her,
Do you leave any
she's
hallway lights on or anything?
probably not.
I mean, for me, I like to leave a hallway light out there because it just makes me feel better. But I don't know if I did. I don't know if anyone else did. That's something I don't know.
Because you went to bed ahead of the other people.
Yeah,
who were in the house.
I don't know.
Would it be unusual for you guys to leave your lights on?
No, that would not be unusual at all. I mean, Xana and Ethan like to turn them off, but like sometimes I would leave them on. We would go down and get food, and in the middle of the night leave the lights on. Like that was normal.
The same way that Xana and Ethan like to leave the door unlocked, they also like to turn the lights off. Do y'all not see what she's doing here? Unbelievable. Disgustingly unbelievable.
When, I didn't ask this before. When was the last time you saw Xana?
At 4. So that was when Ethan was trying to call his sister, wasn't answering. Xana was with I guess I have oh, that was not the same video. That like Xana was with him. And I just said, like, I don't know if I told him where I was going. I don't know if I told him when I was leaving. I just knew I was told at least yesterday if they wanted to go.
And that, I think you left there at 2 in the morning?
No, that was before then.
What time, can you give me a time frame?
I'm trying to figure that out.
And she was with Ethan?
Yes. So I know for sure from this video I was at 12:49. The last video I have is of Xana holding a White Claw at 11:04. So in between that time, I'm gonna get.
And 11:04 is really 10:04 here, right? So the last thing that she had of Xana was at 10:04. And what was the one right before that? This is right at 18.
So I know for sure from this video I was at 12:49. The last video I have is of Xana holding a White Claw at 11:04. So in between that time, I'm gonna guess more towards the 12 side is when I went to.
So you have a video or a picture of Xana at 11:04 p.m.
Yes. Yes,
with
I
a
do.
White Claw.
Yes.
And then you're at 12.
I'm still thinking that's probably 10, unless she's already compensating for the fact that she knows that our timestamps are going to be off by an hour because of the time difference at this point. Hopefully they clarify.
12:49.
For sure, yes. I have a video of that. I could have been there before then. I don't know. This is what proof I do have.
And that's what you've been using to piece some of this together.
Yes. I mean, I didn't fully look at my phone and stuff until my mom was like kind of asking me about that, and that's how I've been like trying to understand time zones. Timelines, I guess.
Can I ask? It's not a judgment question.
Yeah.
Did Xana and Ethan ever stay at Ethan's house?
No, I don't really know why. I think Ethan. I don't know why Ethan always just liked to be at our house, Xana.
Does he have roommates? Does he have roommates?
I don't know. All I know was that because of his grades, he wasn't allowed to live at. So we had to get an apartment. I've never been to his apartment. I don't know where it is. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if Xana's ever been there. We just never like asked that. We didn't even care. We liked having him there, so it was never like a question to us.
Yeah, it's not a judgment.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, did Xana ever go to Ethan's house?
I don't think so. I think about every single night she was at our house.
So this is an odd question. You just brought up something. He couldn't stay with his fraternity because of his grades, but we're not even through this semester yet.
So last semester, that's how they depend everything. So let's say you get like below what you're supposed to get semester ago. That means that's like at the end of last year, yes? That means for this semester, those are the rules you have to follow. Then if this semester you get better grades, then the next semester you'll be fine.
So he had to come into this semester in an apartment.
Yes.
It's not like he was there and they kicked him out.
No.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah.
So don't beat yourself up, because maybe we can come back and talk some more. I know that Detective Sergeant Blaker has questions. I have some more questions, but don't let that wait. I can see the weight of like, I wish I could give them more.
Yeah.
What you're giving is important.
Yeah.
So when you went to bed, who was still in the house? When you went to bed at 3 o'clock, 3:10, 3:11, who was still in the house?
From what I know of Kaylee and Maddie coming home, those two.
Just Kaylee and Maddie? And
But I know Xana was home from what I saw. I don't know if Ethan was with her. I did not see Ethan. He could have been home with her. He could have not been. I don't know.
But when you went to bed, you said still in the house.
No. That was. Are you talking about the first time I went to bed? Like early before all this happened?
Oh, I see. Yes, because they came home from the grub hut.
After left. Yeah.
And you don't. How about?
Yeah, after the friend left.
Was with you?
Yes, I know he was home with me because I went after everything of all this. I went to bed with her in her bed.
At what time?
I don't know. I have no clue. Somewhere after, I would say 4:30-ish. I don't know
Except you
how
didn't
long
sleep.
all this happened. I tried to remember and I tried to give a time frame, but in reality, I don't know at all.
So at some point, we always ask this, at some point you weren't perceiving a threat?
I never perceived a threat ever.
Even with the guy in the hallway?
I'm so scared. I'm freaking out. We're both freaking out. I'm calling out for people. No one's answering me. But I never perceived a threat. I was too scared to go down the hallway fully, which obviously you're lying because now you're describing what the room looked like. But I was too scared to actually go down there, but I never perceived a threat. No. No. And no Samo. I cannot believe that they are just allowing her to get away with that after everything else that she's already said in this interview. That's insane. Damn.
I mean, yeah, it freaked me out, but it wasn't like in Moscow, like in a tiny town, you never have to worry about that. It's never like, oh, this is bad.
But you're always freaking out thinking somebody's going to come in. You already said it, girl. You lock your door because you watch so much TV that it freaks yourself out, and you don't want anybody to come into the house, but oh, it's Moscow. Unbelievable.
Isn't. I never thought about it. Like robbery never crossed my mind. Something happened to my friends never ever crossed my mind. Oh, like it just was like people come in and out of our house. Like that's how it is in Moscow when you live out of house. Like people come in and out all the time. Like because you know them, you know everyone in Moscow. It's so tiny. Like
it's so freaking ignorant.
So did you know this person? Maybe?
I don't remember. I don't remember what his face looked like. All I remember is I don't like just like thinking of like the covering of the forehead and the mouth. That's all I remember, and the eyebrows. And I just went, oh,
what was covering it?
I don't know. At the time, the way from what I texted, it was a weird looking ski mask. It wasn't like the regular ski mask with like eyes and because I saw his eyebrows, and I think I saw his nose and like this part of his face, but I don't know.
You would know. There's no way that you could look at Kohberger's big nose, deep set eyes, and this whole portion of his face, and then look at a picture of him whenever he was arrested and not notice that that's the dude you saw. That is prominence. And then it's crooked. Like it looks like someone's punched him in the face. He's got the Owen Wilson brother nose. Okay? There's no way that she wouldn't recognize that while she's sitting here saying that's all she can remember. After verse saying that she didn't remember anything and there was no eyebrows that she remembered all of a sudden. This is just so weird. Like, what made her focus on eyebrows? Is it because that's the one question that Mallory asked that was specific? And so she's just clinging on to that? The psychoanalysis of this would be wild.
What a balaclava is?
No.
If I showed you a picture, I don't have a phone view, a balaclava, could you tell me if it looked like that?
Maybe, I think.
And mind you, she owns one. More than one. Like the whole house owns these damn masks.
So it's something that we use. We use it in cold weather gear, and sometimes we use it on raids when we go in. When we don't, like if we're working narcotics, we don't want offenders to know who we are, so they can't come after us and our families. So we wear these things called balaclavas, which are issued. Anyone can buy them. It's not unique to law enforcement. It's not unique to any other population. But we buy them so we can conceal our identity when we go and do raids, so suspects can't figure out who we are.
It's really interesting that that's the example that she gives her is cops use them. You couldn't have been like, oh, wear them for sports, hunters wear them, when they go out and try to hunt things. No, cops, when we raid people so that we don't get our families pew-pewed in front of us for doing some crazy shit, we wear these. They're cop masks. Not really, but that's the example that she's given. Why would that be the way that you go with that? Like this chick's already tried to say that she thought the person was a firefighter, and now you're going to put more of that like first responder-ness on it. Why? That's weird.
Yeah.
To keep ourselves and our families safe. If we showed you a picture.
All she had to do was show her a picture of her own social media. That's all she would have had to do.
The balaclava, could you say if this is what it looked more like?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
He never said anything directed at you, the person that you saw in the hallway.
Never.
Was there movement going on? Thank you.
That could have been. I think that could have been it.
Okay, possibly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Backtrack.
He never said anything directed at you, the person that you saw in the hallway.
Never.
Was there movement going on? Thank you.
That could have been.
Was there movement going
I
on?
think that could have been it.
Okay, possibly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Was this, you couldn't see his mouth?
Oh, in case
I saw it.
in case anybody is following along with political cray-cray, apparently the shutdown is going to be over with here as of this breaking news, it looks like they've done some things to approve some things, and that's about as far as this channel is going to go with it. But the shutdown is pretty much done and over with. For those of you who needed to know that.
Like, I don't remember if I saw his nose, but I know I saw eyebrows, and I don't remember his eyes look like. I just remember seeing the eyebrows, but I mean, that could be it. I mean, that would make sense why the forehead was covered and this part of his face was covered.
I think you're full of shit, Dylan.
And so, I don't know this. Detective Blaker knows a lot more than I do, and I probably know some things too, but have there been any issues leading up to Sunday with anyone that you can think of that would have done this to you, your roommates?
So obviously the cops will just tell us anything weird. About a month ago, Kaylee was taking Murphy out, and she just saw like this figure like watching.
And I'll tell you now, I put in a FOIA for anything 6 months prior to 11/13/22, and what I was told, this was just like last week. What I was told is that it was just the 3 noise complaints of the body cam videos that we've already seen almost 3 years ago now. There's nothing. So while there's reports of the Winco guy and this situation where someone is looking at Kaylee from the dumpster, and then we have a situation where the girls get home and the door is off its hinges almost, like it's hanging there, it's open, someone's been in the house. They never made a report. Collectively, there's no reports of any of that stuff. I was looking for it.
Her, and it freaked us out for like a day or two, then we forgot about it, you know, like it wasn't a big deal. Like, people live up on like,
within 24 hours. Within the first 24 hours of the case, he was named lead detective.
I guess you maybe have seen my house. When you go out in the backyard, there's like that hill of all those brushes, and there's like houses up there. It could have just been like someone walking outside their house. I don't know. But like obviously it freaks us out for a second because we're an all house girl. That's why we loved having Ethan, because it's like we always were like, no one's gonna come to our house if Ethan's here. Like, we would always talk about that. Like, we feel so safe when Ethan's here because it's like 6'3" guy. He's pretty big. Like, it's, you know, like you wouldn't really come to a house when there's a 6'3" guy here. And then another time, I also told the cops this. I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little less. Kaylee had told us she went to Winco. I don't know what she was buying. Xana was in the car. Xana waited in the car for her. Kaylee is very good at being aware of her surroundings. She's always been like that. And she noticed this guy was like following her. And I think what she said that was, no, like this guy didn't have any stuff. It was just kept following her, like wasn't checking anything out. This guy kept following her. And she noticed as she got to the register, this guy was like still following her. So she rushed out of Winco into her car and got in the car, threw the stuff on Xana, locked the doors. She could see out of her side mirror camera that the guy was right behind her in the car. And then she went home. Nothing, like, it kind of freaked us out for a second. She was like, just be like careful when you go to the stores. And like,
how many weeks?
Probably 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah,
We've been hearing
to
like
this
stuff
guy.
on TikTok.
He was part
like,
of the alternate
stuff happening at
evidence.
Target and Walmart. Just people like, I've been hearing a lot of stuff about sex traffickers at stores, and it's like we worried about it. We were just like, okay, like we'll just always go together, but it wasn't like a big deal, I guess, because I don't know. You just don't want to think about that. Whenever anything happens, you never think it's gonna be you, pretty much. Like, you just don't think about that.
That's not wrong.
And then
You never think it's gonna be you.
The guy at the store, is he in his car when he's close to their car, or he's actually physically following her?
Physically
to their
following,
car?
yes.
Does he say anything to her? Did she say? If
I don't think so. I don't remember her. I don't remember her saying anything about that.
And that was at Winco, not Walmart.
Winco, and she never like. I mean, she was a little freaked out about it, but she wasn't like let's call the cops right now. Like all this, you know, like it wasn't like a big deal, really. And there was another time, like obviously our front door, it's fixed. I don't know how well it's fixed, but our door was broken for a little bit where like you would have to shove it to close it. And like I talked to some girls last year and they'd be like, yeah, we would leave our doors so broken we had to leave it wide open. Like it would just be wide open. But I couldn't handle that. So I would like just shove it in there. But pretty much me, Maddie, and Bethany, we left the house to go to Starbucks and we came back.
When was this?
I don't know, like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
2 to 3 weeks before the event?
Like, as of right now, 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe more, maybe a little bit less.
You went to Starbucks over by them all?
Yeah, that one. And we come back home and the door's wide open. So we call Ethan. We're like, Ethan, are you home? He goes, no. And we tell him what's going on. He just laughs. Like, it's not a big of a deal. Like, you guys are fine. So we walk in and our washer's going. And that was normal. Like, we were all washing clothes. And it made a sound. We all screamed because we were freaked out. And we go into the spare bedroom on the right. And we just grabbed Ethan's golf clubs. And, like, we were kind of joking around. But we were also kind of scared. Like, it was like, oh, like, no one's going to actually be here. Like, nothing ever happens. But we were also, like, kind of, like, it's kind of creepy, you know?
So the door was closed.
So in that instance, you're going to go and grab a weapon to try to defend yourself because you're actually acknowledging that there's a situation. But you're still going to sit here a couple weeks later and someone's walking through the house doing all kinds of loud shit and you're not going to have that exact same, like, reaction? Miss Criminal Minds?
When you left, though.
We don't know. We don't know if we closed it. We have no clue.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And the door was broken, so we don't know if it was like that was when it snowed, so maybe like the wind busted open, or like we just didn't know. So we got like Ethan's golf clubs. We went through the whole entire house. No one's home. So we're like, okay, like we were just being stupid. Like stop. Like we need to stop freaking out. You know, like just calm down. And those are the only like.
Or somebody could have actually been in your house. You know, somebody could have been literally in the house as you're walking around with the golf club, because it doesn't sound like y'all really check a lot. Like you're not very cautious about anything.
3 weird things, I would say.
Did you guys ever call the police?
No, because it
Not
was
on
just
the Winco?
no, like it was just like you don't want to be that person that calls and it's like nothing, you know.
It's so stupid.
Like, it wasn't that big of a deal. Nor was the door thing. Like no one was in the house. We're like, okay, like it doesn't matter, it's fine.
Did any of your roommates ever say to you that they have been freaked out by somebody recently? That in any interactions, they worked, I saw 2 of them worked at the Greek, that Greek.
They never had anything weird. Never.
Remember the report? I want to try to see if there's more information on that one report of the guy who made a report about a friend of his or somebody that he knows that apparently told him, and I want the follow-up on this. I want to see how far they followed up on this. That he not only followed Maddie and Xana from the college to Mad Greek one time, but also followed them from the Mad Greek to their house one day. And then at another time was in the house as everyone else was home. And he apparently made a comment to the reporter, not the like reporter, but the person making the report to the police, that he could have taken them out then and there if he wanted to. I want the follow-up on that shit. Because if that guy really was just like willy-nilly breaking into that house, who's to say it wasn't him that left the door like that? Who's to say it wasn't him that was actually looking at Kaylee behind the trees because he's a freaking stalker weirdo? I want the follow-up on that damn report.
And like we would always talk about stuff. We never had anything weird. Remember one night, this was pretty recently, she heard someone scream. So she had one of our friends who lives at Identity pick her up and stay the night there. But none of us, the rest of us heard that. So we're like, okay, like that didn't freak us out. We were just like, okay, whatever. Like
because only one of the 6 of you heard it.
Yeah, and it wasn't like
when was this?
Like we have so many people, like we have a lot of neighbors around us, like only like 3 weird things, I would say.
Did you guys ever call the police?
No, because it
Not
was
on
just
the Winco?
no, like it was just like you don't want to be that person that calls and it's like nothing, you know, like it wasn't that big of a deal. Nor was the door thing. Like no one was in the house. We're like, okay, like it doesn't matter, it's fine.
Did any of your roommates ever say to you that they have been freaked out by somebody recently? That in any interactions, they worked, I saw 2 of them worked at the Greek, that Greek.
They never had anything weird. Never. And like we would always talk about stuff. We never had anything weird. Remember one night, this was pretty recently, she heard someone scream. So
who was it? I'm guessing Bethany, because she's talking about it like being it like someone that lives in the house. So Bethany heard somebody scream and like freaked out before. That's what it seems like.
We had one of our friends who lives at Identity pick her up and stay the night there. But none of us, the rest of us heard that. So we're like, okay, like that didn't freak us out. We were just
crazy.
Like, okay, whatever.
Okay.
Like
because only one of the 6 of you heard it.
Yeah, and it wasn't like we have so many people, like we have a lot of neighbors around us, like again, like Moscow's small. Like I have friends that go to Seattle and Chicago, they have some weird shit happen, but it wouldn't happen in Moscow, you know? Like you never expect that. And
it's always the small towns where the weirdest shit happens. Let's be so serious.
So you just didn't think about it, really. I mean, like, yeah, I would get freaked out at night, just because that's how I am. I always get freaked out at night, just, like, worrying that someone's there, but there never was.
So I have to ask you a question, and this is not a judgment, so I don't want you thinking...
It's a judgment.
I believe what you're telling me, but you're not telling Detective Sergeant Blaker and I anything that will prevent us from solving this. You're not trying to fill in pieces because...
No.
I'm not saying maliciously, to prevent us or to assist us, because that won't help us. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Yeah, I understand.
And it's not a judgment.
Yeah.
I just we don't want to follow this path and spend time and find out that this is really, you're not absolutely certain. But there are some things, I think the things that you heard, I think the crying and the voice, I don't think that you could, you could create that in your mind. Those are things we hear. That
no, ma'am, she definitely could. She wasn't sleeping. She wasn't sleeping. She wasn't sleeping. There's no way that they haven't looked at the phone at this point. Well, I mean, I know Blaker said that he didn't know, but how is there not like something that they haven't seen so far that shows that she was not asleep, that her phone literally has tracked her every movement the entire time and she did not go to bed? I think that's what I'm most flabbergasted by, is that we know that the forensic download information damn well proves that this is all freaking bullshit. And we have to suffer through 2 hours of them allowing her to tell a lie when they have the physical proof already in their possession that it's a lie, and they're just allowing it and then they do nothing about it. I haven't listened to the other one, the 12:30 22 one yet. So I don't know if she ever gets confronted with that. I don't know if she got confronted with that at the grand jury. I just know that according to Steve Goncalves' messages to Brett Norton, that there were several, if not the majority of the grand jury members did not believe Dylan's story. This is crazy. That's like the only thing I can keep saying is this is crazy.
11 o'clock
No, I mean, I can tell I was awake because I was
Yes.
calling and texting
Yes.
people, and I remember texting.
That's your
calling.
evidence that you were up. And you were moving around.
Yeah, and I, like, from the things I saw, it's like what I think I remember, but again, like, I don't know how real it is. Like, I don't know if my mind made it up or if I did. Or, like, if it was actually, like, you know, real or something. Like, not I did, but, like, saying if my mind made it up or if it was real.
So the voice you heard, you believe you heard a
I believe I did hear that. And I believe I did hear someone crying. Kaylee, I guess I should have, what I believed at that moment, I heard Kaylee crying.
And you believed you heard a male voice saying?
I believed I heard a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you."
And it wasn't directed at you?
I knew it was not directed at me because I was more distant. I could tell it was not, like, it was not towards me at all.
So this is a question I have to ask.
Yeah.
If he saw you, why do you believe you were spared?
I don't know. I've been asking that, like, nonstop. It kind of freaks me out because I'm just like, I don't really understand why I was spared. Like, I'm a girl. I am 5'10". I'm not that insanely strong. A guy is a lot stronger than I am. If he wanted to hurt me, he would have. That's what I don't understand. And I've just been, like, wondering, like, did he know me? Did he not know me? Like, was it because he didn't know me and didn't want, like, and felt bad? Or was it because he didn't know me and knew I wouldn't recognize him? Like, what was it? That's why... It's just like, that's why I want to, it's like, if we do find this guy, that's like one of the first things I want to know is like, why did you not, he never ever tried to open my door. That's what I know. I know nothing, like, no one tried to open my door. Like, he could have stabbed from what we know now was a knife. He could have stabbed the knife through my door, tried to open my door, anything. You probably could have kicked down that door if you wanted to, but he never did.
So I do know this, and so does the detective sergeant. He passed by occupied rooms that posed a risk that he would be apprehended if you hurt him. So the question is, he passed by occupied rooms to go to other occupied rooms.
Yeah.
So he had to go by your room to get to the other two rooms.
Unless I remember Kaylee was kind of worried about someone climbing that balcony up there. I don't know if someone could climb it, but I feel like if someone really, really wanted to, they could. I mean, I don't know how.
Was there snow there, though? There was snow, correct?
I think so. I don't remember if it was snowing that night.
I think they would have found shoe impressions, but I'm not planting a seed to make you scared that you'll never sleep again. That is not my goal.
Yeah, I know.
But we're trying to figure out, is it somebody you knew that knew that was your room and bypassed the room because they weren't intent on harming you?
I mean, that's what doesn't make sense is like, they had to have known our layout to want to go past my room, to not go to Kaylee.
Occupied room.
Yeah, that's the thing is like, From what I remember, I don't think I locked my door that night. I don't think.
She keeps saying occupied room, occupied room, occupied room. The only non-occupied room was on the bottom floor. And so far, like, nothing that they've even like alluded to has anything to do with the bottom floor. Like, I understand what she's saying, but it's like a duh scenario that in order for this person to have gotten upstairs, they would have had to have passed Dylan's room, because like they're about to say, unless this person scaled a really tall wall and came in through the balcony, that's the only way that can happen. It's a one-way scenario. But I don't understand. I don't understand how she can sit here and say that she was yelling people's names, open the door back and forth several times, basically making like all this noise. I'm trying to make this make sense. But you can't even attempt to with this story. You just can't.
I did. And that's what weirds me out, is like, if I didn't, how did he go past my room, not even care that I was in my room? Like, he probably knew all of us were at home that night. And it's just like, I feel like it is someone that we know, and I feel like it's someone that had probably been in our house either last year when girls used to live there, or this year somehow. I don't know. It just is weird to me that when me and Beth were talking about it, like, he had to have known the layout of the house. He never went to the room. What if Kaylee was living down there? He wouldn't have known. Unless he knew us and knew the house. That doesn't make sense.
Well,
yeah, but we really can't even say that anymore anyway when it comes to whatever did happen, because we have Bethany claiming that something woke her up down there. And isn't there also like blood on the bottom floor according to the ISP reports? I know that we haven't gone through all of the newest reports, but there are some of them that show like swabs of things that came up positive on the first floor. I mean, it's only like maybe like one or two places, but it's on the bottom floor. And that matters. That matters. They're building all of this entire everything around Dylan's inconsistent bullshit, because that's all they have. I don't understand how Judge Shipler allowed any of this shit.
In our world, to pass an occupied room,
It's
to
really
go
weird.
to unoccupied rooms becomes concerning. If the direction comes from the door he enters, it has to make him walk by your room.
Like, my door is almost right in front of the view when you walk in that sliding door. That's the first room you see. He didn't go to my room.
That's why we wondered if you know him.
That's what it has to be. Like, he had to have known who lived in what room, like where everyone
Can you
was.
think of who that could be?
No, there's no one. Like, every person that like knew Kaylee, Xana, Ethan, and Maddie loved them. They never had any grudges. Like, everyone loved them. It was never like, I never heard anyone say, "Oh, I hate them. I hate this. They did this. They did that." They never had any bad things said to them ever.
That they told you?
Yeah, that they told me, or like what I heard. I mean, like, in Moscow, once a rumor starts, doesn't go away. Everyone hears about it. Like, it's just such a small town that, for a college town, I guess I would say, everyone knows everything. So like, if someone hated this person, you would know. And I never knew.
Did they ever say they had an issue with a patron at the Mad Creek?
Never.
What about an ex-boyfriend or anything like that?
No, I know Kaylee and broke up, but I talked to Kaylee about that, and she was like, "Yeah, we mutually decided to do this. We're still friends. We still talk. We're still on good terms. We share Murphy. Like, we're good." And
Like they co-parent Murphy?
yes, like that. And I trusted. And
co-parent.
I mean, I didn't know him as well as
custody of
I guess I didn't know him as well as I knew Ethan, but I trusted him. He was a super nice guy. Never, ever, ever had I heard him be rude to Kaylee once in my life. Never heard anything. And from talking, because we all talk about relationships and stuff, like, I never heard Kaylee say, "Yeah, he did this to me, he did that." Like, nothing ever concerning ever came up. I think it was just like, they've been dating for such a long time, it was time to like roll its course. That's what she said. It was like, it's time to roll its course. Like, we mutually decided it's time.
How long did you date him for?
I don't know. I think it was
years.
I mean, you could probably
like
figure it out from social media.
She was in 8th grade, right?
I mean, we're talking to her mom. I don't know.
Or Jack as well?
Yeah, Jack as well.
So she told you that Jack handled it well. Did you see that Jack handled it well?
Yeah. He came up, like, he would come over.
See,
and
this
talk
is
to
the
Kaylee
part
for-
that's like full of shit, because Jack is literally contacting like the dean's office or somebody in the office area that helps with like mental health with students, and telling them in an email that his mental health has taken a drastic decline recently, and that he's worried about his dog and like all these other things. And they contact him back later. Like he might have been like looking like everything was fine, like in front of people, but he wasn't fine. This is a girl that he had been with for years and years and years. And they're breaking up, not for anything that actually happened between them. There's no blame on anything. No one cheated. No one did anything to cause the breakup. Kaylee just wanted to move past this relationship because it had gone its course. And she was moving to Texas and going to be doing all these adult things. And she didn't want to bring things from her childhood with her, is what it seemed like. Yeah, you'd be a bit more than effed up in that scenario, knowing that the person that you love and have loved for years suddenly doesn't want to be with you, and there's really no real reason for that. You didn't do anything wrong to deserve the punishment, but here you are anyway. So regardless, home dude was not okay. The whole time they were at the corner club, he stayed on the complete opposite side of the bar, away from her. For a reason. Because he's not okay. And it's okay to acknowledge that Jack was brokenhearted. So I don't know why they sat here the whole time, every single time that he gets talked about, and act like he was just completely Visine man about the situation. That's not the case. That's not the case at all.
And it was never weird, ever.
Was she dating anyone else? Or seeing anyone else?
She started talking to me, and I believe Jack knew, and it wasn't like a big deal at all. I mean, the whole on the video on Twitch of the grub chuck and is that's kind of what made us interested in that, because I guess you know that had anger issues. He was a hunter. He had multiple hunting weapons. I mean, I'm not saying it's him because I can't see that. Like,
is she saying that Jack and Kaylee were seeing each other? Because this just went to like, this went from, was Kaylee seeing anybody? She answers the question. The name is redacted. And then it jumps to the grub truck video with Jack Showalter being discussed. Is Dylan trying to allude that Kaylee and Jack Showalter were dating? That doesn't make any sense. That's what she's trying to say, right? We're going to backtrack a second.
Yeah. He came, like, he would come over and talk with Kaylee and play with Murphy. And it was never weird, ever.
Listen to the transition of the conversation.
Was she dating anyone else? Or seeing anyone else?
She started talking to me, and I believe Jack knew, and it wasn't like a big deal at all. I mean, the whole on the video on Twitch of the grub chuck and
see,
is that
it's just weird the way that it transitions into that. Like, I know that I have never seen anything about Kaylee and Jack. I know that Jack has made it clear that he didn't really know Kaylee all that well, but I still kind of question that too, because as they're walking to the grub truck, like Kaylee and Jack are like walking together, like at pace together, and Maddie is just, you know, her little drunk self, big stepping behind them. So it's just weird. It does sound like that. Like, it's the way that she's transitioning into that conversation and the way that they have the redactions make it sound as if she just said Kaylee was seeing Jack, the other Jack knew about it, and everything was fine, and now we've seen them two at the grub truck together. But that's nothing like what we've been told. It's just weird the way that they're putting it. I don't like it if it's not true and it's just an insinuation and it's all just whatever she's trying to say. I can sit here and say I haven't seen anything to allude to that. Literally at all. I could be wrong. They've hidden a shit ton of things from us, but I haven't seen anything to allude to that. So it's just weird the way she's saying it.
That's kind of what made us interested in that, because I guess you know that had anger issues.
See?
He was a hunter. He had multiple hunting weapons. I mean, I'm not saying it's him because I can't see that. Like, that could ruin his life and he could not be it, you know? But from what I know, I don't know if you know this yet, but my friend who was best friend with Xana, we went to like a balloon ceremony for all of them, and I was talking about, she said, yeah, one time, like, he just, like, I guess I can both tell you that he, like, need one of their best friends in the stomach and like just pretty much beat her up for some reason, which I don't know why you would beat up a girl. Doesn't make sense. But he was kicked out of for in-ear issues. He didn't have any connections with except for which Kaylee was talking, which is just a weird coincidence. Like, it could have just been coincidence. We don't know. I mean, it's just like, that's the only thing we can think of, and I don't know. It's just...
So now she just made a statement that makes it seem as if Jack had a connection to somebody that Kaylee was seeing about something. These redactions are wild because it leaves a lot to the imagination, trying to just follow the context, and that's a problem.
Who did he punch in the stomach?
I don't know her last name, but I know her really well.
Did she call the police on that or make a report?
No.
I don't know her last name, but I know her really well. No, you don't. That's literally like second 2 of meeting somebody is learning their whole freaking name. How can you know somebody really well and you don't know their last name? The way they label things, I don't get it.
I mean, I don't think she did.
What was the issue of her?
Oh, I don't know. I have no clue. I mean, you could probably try and talk to her about that. She would probably know. She knows more than I do. I mean, all like this part of is all hearsay. Like, it's not what I know. It's what other people know that have told
That's
me.
important.
Yeah.
What is her name?
I have to look at her last name.
Please.
I believe.
What?
Let me look at her Instagram real quick.
Please.
Sorry. Well, hold on. I don't. I currently don't have my Instagram, so I had to deactivate it.
No, that's okay. We can figure it out. We have
Okay.
access.
Why the frick are they talking about insurance? Did I miss something? We went from what's this person's last name to now I don't have my insurance?
What's the issue of her?
Oh, I don't know. I have no clue. I mean, you could probably try and talk to her about that. She would probably know. She knows more than I do. I mean, all like this part of is all hearsay. Like, it's not what I know. It's what other people know that have told
That's
me.
important.
Yeah.
What is her name?
I have to look at her last name.
Please.
I believe.
What?
Let me look at her Instagram real quick.
Please.
Sorry. Well, hold on. I don't.
Or maybe she said Instagram.
I currently don't have my Instagram, so I had to deactivate it.
Okay.
No, that's
Yeah,
okay. We can figure
Instagram.
it out. We
Okay.
have access to the school records as well.
Yeah,
She's
that would
doing
probably
there
be-
as well.
Well, she used to be, but now she's at
This is
maybe, I think. Yeah.
somebody who used to
That
be at
is
U of I.
Yeah, she decided to switch from, like, last year she finished out U of I and then switched to CWI, like, as of CWI, as of this semester, I believe.
So who told you the story about punching in the stomach?
It was,
Okay.
and then I talked to her about that earlier today, and she explained that a little bit more. So they both know about that.
Hmm.
And, but she, I think you wrote down her last name. Last name.
I asked how this started. So most of the students have left up there. Do you happen to have any phone numbers for any of these people?
Huh?
Do you happen to have phone numbers for any of these young women?
I have a phone number, but I think you guys have her phone number as well, because she was at the station with us.
She was at the people.
Yeah.
Okay, no, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, my dad keeps calling me. I'm just gonna text them back real quick.
This is your stepdad? Are they at the
So
station?
dad, that's my stepdad out there. My actual dad is.
Are you freezing them out?
No, we have a casita back there that has heating.
Oh, good.
I'll
I
just
was
text them
worried.
back.
I was thinking they're going outside and we're going to keep them there 2 hours. And it's like 20 degrees.
They've been working.
Sorry, I'll just text them and I'm still talking.
So her
I
stepdad
always
is there,
ask
but her
this
dad
because
is calling her.
I don't
how
know
it sounds.
everything. Neither does Detective Sergeant Blaker.
Uh-huh.
We don't know everything about what you know. Is there something he haven't asked of you that is important for us to know? That you think, why didn't they ask me? And so we're going to ask you, is there something that we haven't covered that you think is important for us to figure out what happened here?
Nothing right now. I mean, the only weird thing that we had was that no one took our DNA at the station, which I know you guys are doing now, which I totally forget about. But the one thing is about the DNA stuff is Friday night we did have a party, and you have most of those people, but like there's going to be a lot of DNA, and we had parties about every single weekend. That was normal. We did deep cleans, but like I don't know if you can take away every single DNA just from a deep clean.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of DNA, but there's not going to be a lot of blood DNA. And that's what we have here is blood DNA. So while there might be sweat and spit and who knows what the frick else, for there to be blood is a bit rare. It's a bit rare. And this is where she brings up the deep clean. And the report makes it seem as if she's really stupid and that she acts like the deep clean is going to get rid of whatever just happened. And that's like the opposite of normal. So let's see if the report matches what she actually says here, because the report made her sound so stupid. So let's see.
That you think, why didn't they ask me? And so we're going to ask you, is there something that we haven't covered that you think is important for us to figure out what happened here?
Nothing right now. I mean, the only weird thing that we had was that no one took our DNA at the station, which I know you guys are doing now, which I'm totally free to give up. But the one thing is about the DNA stuff is Friday night we did have a party, and you have most of those people, but like there's going to be a lot of DNA, and we had parties about every single weekend. That was normal. We did deep cleans, but like I don't know if you can take away every single DNA just from a deep clean. I don't think we can. So it's just like I hope you find something, but it may be really hard because we had people over all the time.
Yeah,
When
we
did you
understand
do
that.
the deep clean?
Okay, we have to go over all the
do you know
time.
when Parents Weekend was?
Yes, it was the weekend.
So that we did the deep clean either Wednesday or Thursday. I think we did both days. I'm pretty sure.
Well, what's important is there is evidence in this scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's important for you to know. It's going to be
That there was the most emotion I've heard out of this person this entire thing. Listen to how her tone changes.
When was? Do you know when Parents Weekend was?
yes, it was the weekend.
So that we did the deep clean either Wednesday or Thursday. I think we did both days. I'm pretty sure.
Well, what's important is there is evidence in this scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's important for you to know. It's going to give you some help.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's important. I'm glad we
Yeah, that's the most emotion that I've heard the whole time.
you're volunteering, that you're willing.
Yeah,
to
I mean, I like when they asked my phone, I was like, I don't care what you find. I don't give two shits. Like, I just want you to find this guy. That's all I care about.
Is there
We
anything
did.
you want to ask of us?
I don't know if you can tell me, but is there any people of interest? Anything?
Well, some of the ones that he's
Yeah,
provided before, we're doing the follow-up. Those are the first ones we're doing follow-up.
So there are like people of interest.
Yes,
Oh,
but not suspects.
Not suspects,
So
people of
we want,
interest.
what's important is we don't want, we're like you.
Yeah.
We don't want to ruin somebody's reputation
That makes
if they
sense.
have no involvement whatsoever.
That's what my mom was telling me. Is like they're not gonna like in the press conference. They can't say anything if there are people of interest because that would just like let's say it isn't that would ruin his whole entire life, you know. So I understand that part. Like you can't say someone's a
You're
suspect.
important though. I mean, we're not trying to put extra pressure on you, but
Yeah.
you're important because maybe you did see, you're the only eyewitness that put somebody
Yeah.
in that house.
Yeah.
That's why it's important if you can sort through it with, who's your, may I ask?
Oh, what's your name?
Who's your
I mean, they're
what?
qualified. They did this. I don't make light of this because
Yeah.
I work with victims all the time with trauma. Right? They didn't just start their practice yesterday. This is somebody established.
Yeah. It's in a it's. I can't remember her name. Oh, what's her name?
And she's been doing it a while.
Yeah, she's been doing it for a while.
So can you keep working with?
Yeah, I'm going to. I met with her yesterday. Really liked her. She's really
Victims
calming,
advocate?
and I feel good with her.
I feel like that's a victim's advocate.
And the good thing is, I've worked with victims for 42 years. The further away you get from it, you're going to start piecing things together. The trauma is just too raw and too real right now.
Yeah.
And you've lost your friends.
Yeah.
That's compounding.
Yeah, it's somebody that she just met. So it's not like a therapist that she's been going to or whoever's been prescribing her medication. This is someone that she just met the day before this interview. So she would have just met this person on the 16th. This has to be like a victim's advocate, somebody that they're trying to have talk to her. Now, it could be a counselor or a therapist through the victim's advocacy, but they don't work that quickly, broski. Take it from me. Okay, been there, done that. They don't work that fast. This is probably somebody that's going to start working with her that she just met, that's an advocate, that's going to get her services. But it's new. It's 24 hours old.
These are people you were connected to
Yeah.
and you cared about. In time, things will start to fall into place. And for your own peace of mind, I want that to happen for
Yeah.
you. I'm not selfish. Yes, it is somewhat about the case, but it's also important that at some point in your life, you get to move on beyond this trauma.
Yeah. So let's say like
She's been moved on since day one, honey. Where have you been? She moved on before the person even walked out the house. Let's be so serious right now.
somehow I piece something together. Should I call you and be like, hey, like I remember
Or
something
you can
like
call me, I have a business.
but what if it's something like I don't but all this is like I don't know for sure. Even if I don't know for sure, but I think this is a piece of my memory,
It's
should I
called a
still
lead, yes.
Okay.
Because what if it is real?
Yeah.
And we don't know about it. If
I mean, that's the main thing is like, I wish I could understand if anything of this was real. Like, seeing that guy again, like, it was just like cloudy. Like, what if he wasn't even there? But like, after everything that's happened, like, I think he was there. But it's like, how much do I actually know is real? How much do I think is like made up in my mind?
Do you think you can remember enough of him to give a composite for a composite artist?
No.
2 people, not enough.
No, I don't remember what his eyes look like. I don't remember what his nose looked like. I just remember eyebrows. I don't know exactly what his eyebrows look like at all, really. I just remember thinking, like, eyebrows. So, like, I couldn't even, like...
Earlier you said because they were bushy?
Yeah, bushy, but that's all. Like, I don't remember the shape.
So did they not like go in and watch her previous interview before interviewing her here so that they could actually catch the discrepancies and catch when her story changed? Because they would be calling that out if they had. And no one's going to say, but 4 days ago, you told Detective Mowry when he specifically asked you about eyebrows, you said no. Why are they not mentioning that?
I don't remember, like, the color. I just remember, like, bushy eyebrows. That's the only thing I can remember.
And when you saw him outside your door, was he moving? Was there movement going on?
I've been trying to think through this, and I've been trying to think, like, what do I remember from that? And I just, like, I don't remember if he was just, like, standing there or if he was walking. But what I think was going on was that he was, like, slowly walking, like, across from the living room to the kitchen out the sliding door. That's what I think I remember.
So I haven't been to the house. Is there a drop from the sliding door, or can you walk out onto the street without having...
So pretty
any
much you
distance?
go out to the sliding door, there's just like this gray cement patio thing. Then let's just say your back is at the outside of the door and you're looking outside. To the right, you have to go, like, there's like some rocks and some bushes you have to walk down. Then to your left, there's just like this hill, like these bushes, and then behind, like kind of to the back side, you can walk past my window. And there's like this hill of like bushes and stuff, and then up there's like houses. So I mean, it would be kind of hard to like run up it or run down it because there's all those like rocks and stuff.
Especially in the middle of the night.
Yeah, so I'm kind of confused. Like, if there wasn't there, why that way? Like, that doesn't seem like the smartest and fastest way. But I mean,
Which direction is the front door from your bedroom?
the front door, you have to go again out to the living room and downstairs. When you hit the bottom of the stairs, directly to your right is the door. So it's like kind of a little bit of a walk.
So it's a typical tri-level.
Yeah, typical, pretty much.
Can you think of anything else right now?
No, I'm trying to... Oh, this was something else that I remember. Cars do come by a lot, but I remember looking out the window. I just remember... Well, I think it was a black truck.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure, but like that is normal for people's cars to go by. But I don't know if that could be something. It was just a car driving past our driveway.
What time was that at?
That was right when I went down to see. So I don't know exactly when that was.
Was it moving? It was in movement?
I was moving. I wasn't stopped at all. It was moving, and like people drive by our driveway to go like around like this side housing neighborhood a little bit. Like we hear cars go by all the time. Like that's not weird, but
But when you were making your way to the room,
that's not when I.
Oh,
It was when I got into the room. I don't know why I looked out the window, but I looked when I just saw a car like driving by, and I believe it was what I guess I shouldn't say I believe because I don't know for sure, but I think it was a black truck. But
Now remember on the 3:30 to 4:30 packet that we did get first from the 1112, there's that basey big truck with like a camper back on it that pulls in, or it could be an SUV, like an actual SUV that pulls in that you can hear going really slow. And to me, and again, this is just me and what I'm hearing in the video, because you can still hear Murphy is barking outside at the time that this truck comes in. And the truck is like like it's slow, but sort of like pressing the gas a little bit because you can hear it like pulsating, like the engine noise pulsating, like they're trying to slowly get past the dog, maybe being outside. And they're trying to just like gas it a little bit to sort of like move a little bit, move a little bit, move a little bit. That's what it sounds like to me. And it's at this exact same time in the video is around the time that she would have been down in Bethany's room, according to the timestamps on the text messages. So we do know that a truck is coming in at about that same time. It does pass in front of the house. So at least we know that that part matches up.
I don't know for sure. It could have been, it was just dark and I thought it was a black truck.
But there was a vehicle there.
Yeah, but it was like, it wasn't stopped, it was moving. And like, from my window, again, my window is like, if like, let's say this is the front of my room, this is my back room, this is my window right here. There's like a neighbor, I guess you know that neighborhood up there, I can hear cars go by right there all the time. Like that's normal, it doesn't weird me out. And I, like, from what I think the car was just going up to that neighborhood. But again, I don't know, but I thought I'd just let you know just in case it
could have been a suspect.
Yeah, like I don't know, it could have been, but who knows.
And you said, you sure it was a truck?
I don't know. I think it was a black truck from what I'm thinking, but again, I don't know for sure.
Were the headlights on?
I couldn't even remember. I can't remember that at all.
What drew your attention to it?
I think I just wanted to look at the window for some reason. I don't know why, but I remember seeing the red lights on the back of the truck.
Brake lights?
Yeah, I don't really know why. I remember seeing that. It was like, I don't remember if they were headlights or not. I mean, I don't.
That's
yeah,
true.
I just don't know about that. But I just remember seeing the red lights, kind of.
You've been through a lot. In time, you'll remember more. From my experience working with victims, you'll remember more. So anything, even if you don't think it's significant, we would still want to know.
Yeah.
Yes.
What are your plans? Are your plans just to stay here? It's a hard decision right now, isn't it?
Right now, there's a candlelight memorial I'm going to with some of my friends. That will be, I think, just like when I got to, I guess I gave the name. They all knew Maddie. Talking to them was really nice because so they were super close, and it's just like nice knowing that other people are going through this too. Like it's not just us. Like there are so many people.
This is all redacted. It must just be like friends' names and stuff about the memorial. Why are we redacting this? Oh my gosh. It's still going. I'm watching the counter. That's crazy. This is a long time. Still going. She hears the dogs in the hallway. They touch noses when I open the door so that they can like get to know each other. So she hears Lily in the hall. And now she's at the window. This is still like it's going. It's not paused. There's no way that there's this much redaction in here.
How I knew, but I.
Someone that called 911.
Let me go back again. That's crazy. That's like almost 2 minutes. It feels. There's 16 minutes left. Okay.
Interesting.
So I have to.
Oh, what was said? All that silence, and then it opens up with really? That's interesting. Coming from Dylan's mouth. I want to know what was said. What? I think so too.
Really? That's interesting.
So I have to ask you because I never.
What was? Please share. What is so interesting? Ah.
Did, and I think Detective Sergeant Blaker would probably.
That's my cat. That's my cat. You can't redact this cat.
Who's someone that called 911?
Clips out.
So, I guess I'll start from that morning. I woke up. I I don't really know when. I know that she called. I think that she called. That I called her at 10:50, but I believe it was later.
The same.
No. I don't know how I knew, but because looking at everything there, like the call was at 12, so I think I called her close to like 11:50. I think it was 11:50, not 10:50, from what I remember. But it could have been 10:50. Maybe I just am mixing everything up. Again, that was on Snapchat because I didn't have her number at that moment, so it probably has gone away now.
10:50. That is still an hour. See, that's what really kind of pissed me off. Not kind of. That's what really pissed me off about the way the prosecution was trying to lay out the case. Was that it was like 10:30, closer to 10:30 by the time that like they were up and moving around and doing stuff on their phones, and that's not true. We've got stuff at like 7:00 in the morning, all kinds of phone calls, text messages, in and out stuff. Apparently, according to the documents that were released that should be getting unsealed soon, Dylan was going in and taking pictures and taking videos, doing editing, deleting things, doing all kinds of stuff. Conversations with her and dad, all right? Stuff that's was supposed to be presented at trial. She was not asleep. So that, again, the whole like waking up at 10:50, they're literally cutting out 6 hours of actual activity between these two. The state. Because they don't want people to know the truth. They never wanted people to know the truth. And right here, she's lying. She's lying straight to the cop about not doing anything until like 10:30. Again, how do you have this interview? It's been 4 days. You obviously didn't watch the first one to catch when she's full of shit, and you haven't looked at her information on the phone that you apparently have to download? How do you not have all of this work done beforehand so that you can call it out in real time? I don't understand how this is just being allowed like this.
I didn't have her number at that moment, so it probably has gone away now. Pretty much me and Bethany, I woke up and I kept like going in and out, and I kept having these dreams of like this woman. I remember just having this like big nose, and she was wearing all black, and it was like a joke that they were coming to the house like trying to prank people. Like I just had these dreams about this guy, but it was actually a woman, and she was super nice. And eventually, like just these weird dreams about everything. And I woke up and I couldn't remember.
A dream about a woman in all black with a big nose that she thought was a guy at first, but turned out it was a woman. Is that her subconscious like admitting some things? That's crazy. Dreams that it was a woman with a big nose in all black. Like, this is weird shit. Molly, I mean, I don't think she physically could have done it either. Walking through the house in all black after, in the middle or after the fact, yeah, but like the physical part of it, no. But why would you say that? That's so crazy.
I don't know how I knew, but because looking at everything there, like the call was at 12, so I think I called her close to like 11:50. I think it was 11:50, not 10:50, from what I remember. But it could have been 10:50. Maybe I just am mixing everything up. Again, that was on Snapchat because I didn't have her number at that moment, so it probably has gone away now. Pretty much me and Bethany, I woke up and I kept like going in and out, and I kept having these dreams of like this woman. I remember just having.
So that night, she's claiming that in her not really asleepness, because she didn't fall asleep, that she kept dreaming about a person, a woman with a big nose in all black. Like she's what? Oh my God. This is a really wild. I need a professional psychiatrist to tell me what the hell is happening here.
I called her at 10:50, but I believe it was later.
The same.
No. I don't know how I knew, but because looking at everything there, like the call was at 12, so I think I called her close to like 11:50. I think it was 11:50, not 10:50, from what I remember. But it could have been 10:50. Maybe I just am mixing everything up. Again, that was on Snapchat because I didn't have her number at that moment, so it probably has gone away now. Pretty much me and Bethany, I woke up and I kept like going in and out, and I kept having these dreams of like this woman. I remember just having this like big nose, and she was wearing all black, and it was like a joke that they were coming to the house like trying to prank people. Like I just had these dreams about this guy, but it was actually a woman, and she was super nice. And eventually, like just these weird dreams about everything.
She was super nice eventually. What? No, this is definitely not bipolar. This is sociopathic, schizophrenic. This is problematic. What? A woman with a big nose, wearing all black, coming in the house is to prank somebody, and eventually she was just super nice. What? This is crazy. And that part right there, why do we keep talking about pranks constantly? Because remember, we kept getting on to Steve for constantly being like, oh, maybe they just thought they were being pranked. Stop. Stop it. You too. This is crazy. This is wild. Okay.
And I woke up and I couldn't remember if all of that was a dream. I couldn't remember if I didn't know any of it. So I looked at my text messages and I saw I had texted about that. And I was like, okay, like now I'm kind of weirded out. Like I don't know how much of it was real. Like I thought I imagined it.
Where's when you wake up?
Right next to me in bed. We wouldn't even go outside to go pee because we didn't know like what was going on. We didn't know if someone was there. Like it just, I don't know. We just didn't want to deal with that, you know?
Too scared to get up to go pee, but never perceived a threat. At this point, they're not hearing noises. At this point, there's nothing going on in that house, but they're breathing because they're the only ones breathing besides Murphy. So 8 hours later, you're acting like you have no clue what's going on, but you're too scared to get out of your room to go pee. No.
We woke up and I was like, are you awake? She's like, kind of, so. And so I have the text messages. Let me go to it real quick.
And you're in?
Yes, in the basement. Sorry, I have to go through so many texts. So I texted Maddie at 11:23, are you up? And I had looked at her, so I have Maddie's Find My iPhone.
It's 10:23 though. Remember the time change because her phone is in Boise. 10:23.
Phone. And because she was at home, I was like, okay, like they're fine. Like, you know, nothing.
Exactly. But remember, she wasn't really drinking like she's been trying to pretend that she was. Everything that she said is a lie. Like everything. She's exactly. Talking in circles.
Nothing happened. Like she's at home, you know. That's what you
did
think.
see your phones.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, like well, if your friends are home, like
that's true. And I bet you she's on it. She's probably on medication for that. That's what it sounds like. In all of that really, really long redacted stuff, the way that the context is around it, it makes it sound like they're talking about her alcohol mixing with her medications.
Safe, you know, like that's just what you immediately think. So I guess Maddie texted at 11:23. Kaylee, I texted.
23.
Oh, I guess that would have been 10:23 in Moscow time. That keeps confusing me. I would have texted Kaylee at 11:29 in Moscow time. Are you up?
Kaylee?
Yeah.
See, that's like a whole hour too. Like the story that she's giving, like a whole hour. Why is there a whole swing of an hour?
29 a.m.
Yeah, and then I kept, so on Snapchat, I don't know if you know this, but you can have your location on that. I don't know if, yeah. So Xana and Ethan always have their location on it, and it wasn't turning on, so I was like, okay, that's kind of weird, like maybe they were just really drunk, you know? And they're sleeping in pretty late. I then called my friend and I said, I don't know if this is real or not. I don't know if I made it up, but I think there was someone here. I don't know if it's true. And I told her about the whole black mask.
Is this Emily? They did talk to somebody else first. Like somebody was on their way over there. Wasn't it Jenna? I think it's Jenna. She was like on her way. She's the one who sent them text about like Do I need to come pick y'all up or something like that? Do I need to come get y'all? Something like that. So is she talking to Jenna right now, or is she talking to Emily?
Situation, and she thought it, like, I talked to her today, and she was like, and like, you girls kind of freaked out about that. I just thought it was like another one of those, like, oh, you're just scared for the night, you know, because I just talked to her a little bit ago. And so she sent over that guy that was
It's Emily
with us.
So, boyfriend is.
Yes. The Chapin is boyfriend. So I called and I told her, like, I'm kind of freaked out, like, we don't know what's going on. Called was the one that had that blue car parked out. Mm-hmm. So he came over and he walked in the door. We were kind of freaked out, like, who is that? He goes, it's just.
So the door was unlocked?
No, he knew the code. Well, I guess I wouldn't even know.
Ask him.
I guess I would have to ask him, because we told people that we knew very close what our code was. I don't know if he knew the code.
So they're saying that the door was closed and he would have had to have used the code. Okay.
I don't know if the door's unlocked. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know.
So he came alone?
Yes, at first he came by himself at first.
What
And
time do you think that was?
Oh, I have no clue.
Okay.
So a little bit before 12, because I guess the call was at 12. So I'm gonna guess a little bit before then. And he walked upstairs and he's like, "What do you have?" Like, to protect. I go, "There's knives in the kitchen, like just like kitchen little knives." He
I was
just got.
asking, what do you have as far as a weapon?
Yes, just in case, because he was kind of freaked out. That's when I saw Xana again, and she was in the same position, and that's what.
So see, we knew this already, that she saw her the first time and then she saw her again. And to say, oh, she was in the same position, and then there's no way that you didn't see her body covered in blood, you asshole. Why are we going to sit here and keep pretending that this girl is being honest about anything? I cannot stand this entire situation. It makes me angry. It makes me really just not ever want to know people. Like, this is a person who's sitting here talking about how she just loved her roommate so much and everybody was just, oh, so super nice, and nobody ever said anything bad about anybody. And blah, 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 blah. You left her to die. You left her to die. In your own words, you left her to die. This could never be my child.
Was the one that had that blue car parked out. So he came over and he walked in the door. We were kind of freaked out, like, who is that? He goes, it's just.
So the door was unlocked?
No, he knew the code. Well, I guess I wouldn't even know.
Ask him.
I guess I would have to ask him, because we told people that we knew very close what our code was. I don't know if he knew the code or if the door was unlocked. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know.
So he came alone?
Yes, at first he came by himself at first.
What time
And
do you think that was?
oh, I have no clue.
Okay.
So a little bit before 12, because I guess the call was at 12. So I'm gonna guess a little bit before then.
That's what they said. But Hunter took off before them. Like, the way that they tell the story is that he could hear Dylan saying whatever she was saying on the phone, so he just took off. So by the time that Emily and Josie and whatever that dude's name is, starts with an L, I think. Whatever, the guy that Josie is with. By the time they got over there, that's what they said, that Dylan and Bethany were outside with their hands covering their faces. By the time they walked over there. So I'm going to assume at that point, that's Hunter already, like, walking up there to Xana's area. Dylan obviously with him, because she's claiming she sees Xana and she's in the same exact position that she was in 8 hours ago. So when does he say, no, get out and turn around? It's like not until Emily is, like, walking onto the second floor from the first floor steps is what it sounds like.
And he walked upstairs and he's like, "What do you have?" Like, to protect. I go, "There's knives in the kitchen, like just like kitchen little knives." He
I was
just
asking, what do you have as far as a weapon?
yes, just in case, because he was kind of freaked out. That's when I saw Xana again, and she was in the same position, and that's what freaked me out, was that she hadn't moved at all, and I was like, okay, she's just unconscious. She's just drank too much. She's unconscious. Like, and I just heard.
You don't see her covered in blood. It's now daylight, baby. The sun is coming in through the damn windows. You're seeing her in the same position. and the daylight's out. And you just think she's unconscious looking at her covered in blood? In no reality does this shit make any damn sense. In no reality does this make any sense. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships, Binkster75. Thank you so much. And congratulations to those of you who ended up getting a membership. Don't forget, the Monday before Thanksgiving will be our members only Monday. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that so much.
Bawling, and I stayed downstairs, but like at the door, and I was upstairs.
You went up with Hunter?
I went up with Hunter. I just started bawling because I was like, I didn't think dead at all. That never crossed my mind once.
Crying,
never,
but you
ever,
don't think
ever
dead.
that crossed my mind. I just thought she's unconscious. She's not waking up. Like she just drank too much, you know. So I go downstairs and I start crying because I'm really freaked out. Like everything is stressing me out. And start coming up from those little mini stairs from the White's permit, and I'm like, she's not waking up. Like she's not waking up. Like I don't know what to do. She's not unconscious, and I don't know if I made sense to them at all because I was freaking out.
Why did they come over?
Because I called them.
Okay, because you called them and they came at your place.
Yes.
Okay.
They said
There's just no way that you don't see her covered in red stuff, that you don't see the red stuff all over the white nightstand, that you don't see it on the ground. This is insane to me.
first because like there's a guy, you know, just I don't know. Comes down, you can tell when someone's freaked out by something, and he was freaked out, and he said, "Call the police right now." And me and just like we don't know what to do. We didn't think like we just thought maybe she's unconscious still.
So you went and seen
Ain't no
her.
way, man.
So your 911 call saying she's unconscious.
No, she just said she saw her twice. What you mean why are you asking her that question? Oh my God. She said it twice, bro. Why are you asking her? So you hadn't seen her. She just said it. She said she saw her 8 hours ago, and now she saw her again. Are we listening? This is why I don't give cops kudos, because then they piss me off.
Didn't realize
the
magnitude of the issue.
Yeah, I didn't see Ethan in there, but Ethan was in there, and I don't know what anything looked like. I just saw again her legs and the top of her head. That's all I saw. I didn't see anything else.
That's why
her legs and the top of her head. That makes no sense. The top of her head would not be visible from where Dylan would have been looking. She would have seen this portion of Xana. Her neck, the top of her face, and like her bangs is how that would have looked. In a gray shirt covered in blood. How do you not see the blood? I'm not comprehending this girl. I just don't comprehend this stupidity. I don't get it.
Because when you called and said unconscious, we're wondering after seeing what he told me he saw, how you would say unconscious because you never saw that.
I never saw anything. So they were asleep at first. I don't know how much he saw. All I know is he was freaked out. He said, "I think they're just asleep." And when we were talking a little bit later, I asked him about it, and he was like, "I thought they were asleep." Like, don't feel bad. You didn't know. I thought they were asleep.
Hunter is also lying. I just thought they were asleep. I walk in and there's blood all over the bed, all over the floor, all over the nightstand. Everyone's got freaking wounds all over the place. I just thought they were asleep. What? How are we here? How are we here? I mean, basically they're trying to say that the cops put the blood all over the house. Because we both walked in that room and just thought they were peacefully sleeping in their beddy beds. In the floor. But also their beddy beds. This is the wildest shit I think I've ever listened to in my life.
Too, because I felt terrible about it. I thought that she was just asleep. And so obviously he came down the stairs and he was like, "Call the police right now." And so he's the one that called it.
Okay.
I don't know if me and her could barely talk. I don't know if they gave the phone to her or at some point I got the phone back and I was like, Xana is unconscious. And I think I said the address or I can't remember. Again, like this whole moment of the morning was like the most stressful, like freaked out of my life. And this woman was on the phone and she was like, okay, like something about defibrillator. I remember, and I asked the police that was coming. I was like, do you have a defibrillator? I said, yes. And so she says, okay, someone's here. I said, yes, but can I tell you the whole story? She goes, no, she just said no, like someone's there. And then I was like, okay, goodbye, whatever. I don't remember how many policemen came there. All I remember was like just crying and freaking out because we were so, like, we just didn't know what was going on. And then this policeman, he questioned me and I told him about the whole night. And I tried to tell him as best as I could, but obviously I was like out of it. And he was talking to me, then talking to other people talking to me. So it was kind of like,
No, I base that on freaking logic. Stupid. Like literally, you're dumb. Her feet are towards the door. Her head is towards the wall. Dylan cannot see the tippity top of Xana's freaking head. Logistically, it doesn't take anybody but a 5th grader to figure it out. Maybe even a 5-year-old. So no, it has nothing to do with how I feel for this stupid little liar and everything to do with what's actually supposed to happen in reality. Maybe like don't touch yourself whenever you talk about Dylan and maybe you'd see the truth. Are you Gray Hughes? You've got to be Gray Hughes. Get out of my damn chat.
Leaving and going, which I understand. He had to handle a situation, not his fault at all. And then I just remember putting the tape up, and that's when I just dropped to the floor and started crying because I was like, this is not okay. Like, you only put the tape up when there's a crime. Like, you don't ever put the tape up, really. And I remember we all started freaking out, and then Xana and Ethan didn't come out, and the ambulance, like the people with the ambulance, like the people came and then they left, and it's like they didn't come back.
Maddie and Kaylee didn't come out either. Are you going to mention them? Okay.
That means they were here for 5 minutes. That's how you know. And I just remember we all started bawling our eyes out, like we didn't understand what was going on. And I remember I kept asking, like, where's Xana and Kaylee? Because where's Maddie and Kaylee? Because Maddie's location was at home still. I was like, where's Maddie and Kaylee? Where are they? Like, can you please tell me? And they wouldn't tell me.
Such a
and I think the moment
clown.
we really knew
Bye-bye.
that something like one of them was gone was because that vandal alert. And obviously she was pissed off. She goes like, why the fuck did you not tell us this? Why did we get a stupid like text? And the policeman was like, you were not supposed to know that right now. Like, you just weren't. And we were obviously pissed off, but like, we don't know what their job is, like we can't, I don't know. I think that's when we realized that they were actually gone, and I screenshot it to my mom and I called her, and I just like was crying and freaking out. And I think it was before that I knew Maddie and Kaylee were gone. I don't really know how. I don't know who told me.
Before that? So nobody has said anything to you. You're saying that the first like notion, even though you were literally looking at Xana in the daylight and didn't notice any blood, miraculously you got some sort of glasses on that just take red completely out of your vision. I don't know. Must be super expensive. You're sitting here saying that alert was the first notion that you had that they were dead, but now you're saying you knew before that something about Maddie and Kaylee. We watched the whole body cam. No one said anything to you. None of those cops walked out and said anything to you. So how can you sit there and say that and not think we're going to not question that statement? Because that's what everyone's question has been. She's all about Kaylee being down there for this party and be the plus one and be the plus one. But then when it comes down to this situation, like the only thing that she talks about really whenever they're outside is Xana. So how did you know? How did you know before that? If that was the first time that you really understood what was happening and that's never you sent your mom a text message. How did you know before that about Kaylee and Maddie? I really hope somebody at the grand jury made her explain that statement.
But that was just like, I couldn't understand it. Like, I just remember crying and freaking out. Like, how did I not know? Like, how were we sleeping? We didn't know that they were dead. Like, how do we not know at all? Like, we just never made that. Me and Bethany never ever made that connection that a murder would be in the house. We just never knew that. Like, our friends were home. It was fine. We were in the house. So.
No.
So I know you know this. For whatever reason, you were spared. So don't let this define you for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
one day we'll make sense of it, but we have to figure out who did this to
Yeah.
understand why, right? We don't
Yeah.
have, that's what the end, you can tell me where you were, when you were there,
Yeah.
what you were doing, where they were, but we don't have the answer for you why.
Yeah.
And that's going to be Detective Sergeant Blaker's job, is to
Yeah.
figure out why this happened. And
Yeah.
then get an answer from the person responsible for it and hold them responsible for this.
Yeah.
So you're gonna do this, this is a process, right? Probably told you, this does not resolve overnight.
Mm-mm.
And it does, and it takes years, it takes people years, but there is a reason why that this didn't happen to you too. So all I would wanna say to you is that, remember, there was a reason you were given a second chance,
Yeah.
and do right by yourself and your friends.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing, like me and Bethany, I just feel like we wanted to know, like, what made someone want to do this to such good people, and what made them not want to hurt us whatsoever. Because they never went down the room, they never went to my room. If they did get to the sliding door, then they had to have passed my room.
If not though, because I haven't seen the layout of your house.
Yeah.
So what did Bethany hear on the bottom floor?
What door would they have used not to pass by your bedroom?
Well, I mean, to go the front door, you still have to pass around to go up to
Yes.
Kaylee's room.
Yes.
But Kaylee always was kind of freaked out because that balcony. I feel like if a guy really wanted to, I feel like he could climb up if he wanted to. So, and I remember we were looking at pictures of like the whole news thing, and our curtains were all kind of messed up, and that was like what made us kind of think like
That could have been law enforcement doing
That's
that
true.
as well. You know, those
That's
pictures
true.
come after the fact. How far is it from the ground to the balcony?
I don't know how much do you think?
Not
I
far.
mean, you've seen the house.
9 to 10 feet.
Like if someone wanted to, I feel like they could.
But why do that if the doors are unlocked?
I know,
And
but
then the risk you run is if you're crawling up the side of a house,
yeah,
somebody's going to see you doing that, and you run the risk, the higher risk,
Yeah.
of somebody calling that in, as opposed to just walking in the front door to a house that's very active with people.
yeah, that's true. So I guess.
But I don't know that. You know, maybe that did happen, but the risk that an offender runs into is if you're scaling a 9-foot high wall to get into a room,
Yeah.
somebody is going to pass by and see that and report that, and then whatever your plan is has just been interrupted by
Yeah.
that.
I mean, that would make more sense, but I just
I
don't
mean,
understand
that's
why.
also like not true. If you are driving past the house right there where the balcony is, it's covered in freaking trees. No one would see anybody climbing up that damn thing. In my opinion. Just like in my memory of how it looks. It's covered in trees whenever you're in that parking spot and driving past it. So unless you're like purposely looking through the trees at the house, you probably wouldn't see it. I don't know if it matters, but I feel like you probably could go unnoticed.
My room, like, I guess if you're taking DNA, you can see my door handle and see it.
Well, that would be normal. That'd be normal because you'd be there, but you're thinking somebody else's stranger DNA.
Yeah, maybe tried to open the door, but if I did lock my door, then maybe that's why they didn't go in my room, because my door was already locked, but I don't know if it was locked or not.
So this is a really odd question because most people don't do this. Did you check all of when you first got back did you go through your house to make certain nobody else was in it?
No, that never, I don't know, we just didn't care about that. If we were with people, we weren't worried.
When you came home to get in your own house, did you have to unlock the door to come in?
I think so, yes. I think I had to punch my code, so our door, there's like, you twist it, so there's like a little thing that you twist, you know, if it's vertical, it's unlocked, if it's horizontal, it's locked. And me and were like checking it out to make sure that it was locked a while ago, and we always kept it horizontal, and I would check to make sure it was horizontal. So I think the front door was locked. I mean,
when you came back to have
Yeah.
popcorn and watch the movie.
Yeah, I mean, we would still, like, even if I, like, let's say the door was unlocked, I still would have typed in the code to open the door, and it would just open right away, you know? So I don't know if it was locked or if it wasn't.
That might be important.
They have no idea
Yeah,
about
maybe
any of
this
the
person
doors.
was
Their
there
own doors, the
first.
back door, the front door,
And then
none of the
you guys
doors.
Came to the house and he was already there. I would want to know that.
Yeah.
If you
I'm
can
so quiet when I
remember.
pet you.
The other thing is, you can interview and ask. I know she was drunk though.
Yeah,
To
she
see
was.
if she remembers if you had unlocked the door to come in.
Yeah.
And do you know when you got home, because it was cold, right?
Yeah.
Was the sliding door open or closed when you got home?
It was closed. Because I remember we were making popcorn, and that would have freaked me out if the door was open, but I don't know if it was locked or not. I probably don't know, but I do know that the door was locked. The door is closed because I don't know, that door just being open kind of freaked me out.
Where's Mr. Murphy when you got home?
Oh, I let him out. I forgot to add that. He was upstairs and I let him out to go potty real quick.
So you went upstairs?
Yeah, so I guess, I don't know how I forgot about that. Sorry.
Okay.
Wait, she did go up to Kaylee's room, yeah.
Kaylee's, because it's mostly Kaylee's dog. So I heard him whining. I was like, okay, I'll go get him. Took him outside for a second. So I know no one was in Kaylee's room. Her lights were on. I know that for sure. Her lights were on. I took Murphy outside and I just kept like looking. Whenever I go outside in the dark, I'm always like looking at my surroundings. Didn't see anything. I know that. Looked around, brought him inside after he like went potty or whatever.
I wonder if it was the front or the back.
Lake and him were hanging out a little bit. Then I brought him back upstairs. So, yeah, that I don't know. I forgot about that.
Oh, that's okay. This is what we're talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
So are you comfortable if I leave your business card as well? So I'm here, he's in Moscow. If you think of anything, if you're more comfortable with him, you're welcome to call him. If you're comfortable, I'm going to give you a business card with my cell phone.
Okay.
You have some questions?
The only one question I really have now at this point is, did you happen to know the login or username and password for the router?
I believe it was Kaylee who dealt with the Wi-Fi stuff, not me or I know so Xana dealt with like I think power or something, and then either Xana or Maddie did water, one of them did like utility, whatever, light or power, whatever, and then Kaylee did Wi-Fi.
Okay.
That's
But
all.
wouldn't you know the password for the Wi-Fi?
We were just moving in, so.
I guess maybe she wouldn't know like the username and the password to like log into the account itself to like pay the bill, like log into the account and pay the bill. So I guess that's what he's asking for, because for sure she would know the Wi-Fi password because everybody uses the Wi-Fi. So it has to be the actual account information that he's asking for. This only has like 30 seconds left, finally.
Is there anything we haven't asked that you think it's important to be covered?
No, I do have some follow-up questions about just stuff, but no, not for the purpose of the interview.
Then I'm going to terminate on my audio recording the interview concluding at 2:11 p.m. on the 17th of November 2022.
All right, well, let me show y'all where Ethan's apartments apparently were, at least from what I can tell from like the little bit we have heard. So the way that it was described is that it was close to the 76er, and the closest one, at least from what I can tell, let me make this bigger. The closest one that I can tell when it comes to Google Maps is right here off of 95. Like here's the 76er. So I can assume, very possibly, maybe. Oh, why won't this go away? Right here. That it's like these, maybe, I think. Oh, where is it? These, maybe? The meadows, possibly? But then I also question, like, why is this blurred out? I mean, it looks like it's just a tree. I don't know. But these are apartments right here. So he could have lived in these maybe, or maybe these over here. But these are all like close to that gas station. You know? So I don't know. But this is apparently like close to where he lived. Let's just remind ourselves. Y'all ready? Let's remind ourselves.
So 5'10", all black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, okay. I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Okay.
Thank you again for caring about truth. To call out the bullshit. Because the only thing that matters here is the victim's true story. Not the people who have reputations to keep nice and shiny that are left behind. That are going to say whatever they have to say in order to save themselves. The facts are what matters. The facts are what we're here for. Again, thank you so much for being here with me. I'm going to go ahead and roll this out. Please do not forget to leave a like on your way out and subscribe to the channel if you are not subscribed already. All right, you guys. See y'all.